Coming up this morning on the Fox 45 Early Edition, a shootout between police and a suspect just blocks from Patterson Park, where everything stands this morning. And we are tracking a code orange air quality alert for the state of Maryland. How this holds up heading into your holiday weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Friday morning to you. It is June 30th, the start of your July 4th weekend. Let's get right on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast, what we can expect today. But right now, the air quality is not great.
No, it's not. Still very smoky out there, Taylor. That's what we're going to have to deal with again today as we look outside right now. One of our cameras here showing us that we still have the haze that's hanging around, and that is a lot of that smoke that we saw from yesterday with the unhealthy air quality. Lower 60s in Oakland and Cumberland, mid to upper 60s up and down the Chesapeake right now to get you going on your Friday. And those numbers are going to climb today. We'll see warmer numbers in the mid to upper 80s for the afternoon. Should top out right near about 89 in Baltimore City, so you're definitely going to see some warmer conditions for your Friday. Back with your full forecast. We are tracking at least some precipitation for the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up.
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic. The Lund-Stoller Traffic Network looking over the Baltimore region here. A lot of green on your map, one red dot here. We'll get an update on to what that is, but everything looks clear.
You gotta move the Stop the crossfire now!
We have a police involved discharging.
Chaotic moments heard on Baltimore City's police scanner following a police shootout near Patterson Park. According to BPD, officers spotted a man wanted on a warrant. They tried to pull him over, but as he tried to drive off, his car stalled. That's when police say he hit a cop car, began shooting at police. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley says officers fired back, killing the suspect. He commented on the bravery of those officers who responded, saying the suspect opened fire on them.
Again, the bravery of our men and women going out here every single day and addressing the criminals in the city to keep the city safe. I can't be more proud of what they do every single day.
Now, coming up in our next half hour, Shannon Lilly is going to have more on the officer-involved shooting, which is the second of the year in the city. Now, just a month ago, BPD released body camera footage of an officer shooting 17-year-old Makai Franklin.
Get the gun from him. Because with the gun on him, you don't know what he's capable of doing. Is he going to shoot somebody? What's he going to do with the gun? Sell it? Give it to somebody? You don't know.
If he said he knew he had something on him, why you ain't just grab him right then and there? Why you waited till he running to shoot that man in his back?
Around the same time that body camera footage was being released, then Commissioner Harrison praised officers for taking guns off the street without shooting anyone. The acting commissioner says the consent decree monitors are always being notified.
We took 2,400 guns, 2,600 guns plus off the streets last year with more than 1,600 arrests. Not one of them resulted in a police-involved shooting. Not one.
You can find all of the details on yesterday's shooting on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com. We're also going to follow this story as the investigation unfolds. Updates can be found both here on air and online. Meanwhile, the NAACP is voicing concern about how the new police chief was chosen. They're calling for a seat at the table in the mayor's nomination process for a new police commissioner. They say they're still not clear on the details surrounding Harrison's departure, and they'd like to see a national search.
We don't have a concern with acting Commissioner Worley.
Our statement today is about the process. It's about the process. The only issue of concern for us is that 3 weeks has gone by and this acting commissioner has not reached out to the very active coalition of civil society organizations that have been working to end police violence and police terror and to bring about police accountability.
Well, a spokesperson from BPD tells Fox 45 acting Commissioner Worley does not intend to meet with the NAACP. However, they will not answer our questions about the details surrounding Harrison's resignation and why he's still on patrol. All right, this morning we're continuing coverage on the legalization of recreational marijuana, which is set to happen statewide tomorrow. Nearly 100 dispensaries have been approved by state regulators to convert to dual licenses. That means they'll be able to serve medical and recreational marijuana to adults. Standard cannabis licenses will be valid for 5 years, allowing adults 21 and older to grow, process, or dispense marijuana.
The industry does create a lot of jobs in states, and it creates them very quickly. And it's a wide range of jobs, from retail to agriculture to delivery, logistics, manufacturing, and extraction, and kitchen work for edibles, right? So you really have an incredibly diverse workforce that ends up getting pulled together.
The Maryland Cannabis Administration estimates sales will range from $400 million to $600 million in this first year. We're hearing reports a Russian military general has been detained. The recent events in Russia that's now raising new questions. And today we're looking at a code orange air quality alert. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to track when the air will clear up and when your next weather maker moves on in. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Still dealing with that smoke that's hanging around the area as we look out early this morning over the stadiums on your Friday. Our temperatures, we made it to the 80s yesterday, and we're going to stay in those 80s again today. Out for a run or a jog. Again, you'll have to deal with some of that poor air quality here this morning, but numbers stay mainly in the 60s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Making headlines this morning, a top Russian military general has been detained. This is according to the Associated Press. It comes days after the Wagner mercenary group staged a revolt inside of Russia. There's been speculation that top Russian officers colluded with leader Yevgeny Prigozhin ahead of the mutiny, which could lead to a purge of Russian ranks. The Pentagon would not comment on these reports.
We have not seen anything to this stage that concerns us. And certainly nothing that has required us to change our own force posture. So again, we'll continue to follow the situation there closely. But in the meantime, our focus remains on supporting Ukraine and its fight to defend itself.
Now, the Kremlin has not commented on the alleged arrest. Earlier this week, a spokesman shrugged off reports that officials with advanced knowledge as speculations and gossip. Also making headlines, former Vice President Mike Pence makes an unannounced visit to Ukraine. He met with Volodymyr Zelensky at the presidential palace just yesterday. He made several other stops, paying respects to fallen soldiers at a memorial, as well as visiting with children at a youth center. As of 2024, Republican contender Pence reiterated his strong resolve to support Ukraine during the fight.
We'll continue to do everything in our power to make sure that we provide the Ukrainian military with the support they need until they repel the Russian invasion and restore the sovereignty of this country.
This is the first time Pence has been in the country since the war began. He visited the border last year and met with refugees escaping the violence. Flights temporarily grounded for the second time this week at Reagan National Airport. Why the Canadian wildfires are to blame for this. Republican presidential hopefuls descend on Philadelphia for a parental rights summit. Coming up, their message to a key demographic ahead of this year's primaries. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, wasteful government spending, what you're paying for, and you don't even know it. Plus, travel troubles this holiday weekend. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Taking you live to Philadelphia today, where the next stop on the campaign trail for Republican presidential hopefuls, well, they'll be attending a summit for parental rights organizations. Moms for Liberty. National correspondent Kayla Gaskin has a look at what's ahead.
Over the next few days, leading Republican candidates will take the stage here in downtown Philly to prove they're the one who can deliver on conservative education priorities. For Moms for Liberty and their attendees, those priorities include increasing parental rights in public education. Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Asa Hutchinson are all slated to speak at this summit. Moms for Liberty is barely 2 years old. They now have 285 chapters in 45 states. 650 people are expected to attend this event. We spoke to people arriving from New Mexico, Washington State, Florida, and West Virginia. The group has accused schools of indoctrinating kids on issues like gender identity and diversity. The attendees we spoke to say education is their top voting issue for 2024. Moms for Liberty has had success backing candidates at the local and state level. Now GOP presidential candidates want their support and approval. As preparations were underway, we spoke with Moms for Liberty co-founder Tina Descovich.
We're thrilled that presidential candidates understand that these issues are important to parents in America. The thing we really want to hear, our mission at Moms for Liberty is to unify, educate, and empower parents to defend their parental rights.
Moms for Liberty has plenty of critics. The Southern Poverty Law Center labeled them an extremist organization, something co-founder Tina Descovich told me she considers complete nonsense. But on our way in on Thursday afternoon, protesters had already gathered outside. More protests are planned throughout the coming days. In Philadelphia, I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
For the second time this weekend, DCA temporarily grounded its flights, but this time because of poor air quality, making it hard to see. Take a look at this. Smoke from the Canadian wildfires that put Maryland in a code red air quality alert filling the sky. Now, despite flights being back in the air, hazy air has become a recurring issue for air travelers who've been dealing with flight delays and cancellations nationwide. Canada has had unusually hot, dry weather, which is helping these fires spread. Well, in Louisiana, an alligator makes his way through a doggy door to just take a personal house tour. Check this out. The 5-foot-long gator wiggles his way into the house of a couple new to the area, like he's a pet. And after this couple contacted authorities to help remove it safely, well, their doggy door got a little bit of an upgrade. So it only opens for their dog. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine Panda? Okay. All right. Weekend in a code orange air quality alert. We're taking you live now to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, Towson, as we track those quality concerns. This is because of the smoke from the Canadian wildfires that's blanketing the state, but an improvement from yesterday where we go on code red alert air quality. Good. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at this alert in your forecast. I mean, what a weekend to have such air quality. Yeah, it's not going to be good to be outside again today. Even though we're not code red, it's going to still be in that orange air quality, which is basically for sensitive groups, but you can still see that smoke that is hanging around. We need a little bit of wind to start picking up and to get things moving, to get that air, kind of all that smoke pushing off toward the north. And we will get a little bit more of a southerly wind here as we head later into the afternoon. But our Towson camera right now still showing the smoky skies and the hazy conditions that we're seeing at this time. Overall, our temperatures are mainly in the 60s right now as we take you into Towson and show you exactly what's going on there. And we'll find out what's happening here with my weather clicker. So as we look outside here from this shot, there we go. We'll start moving it on here a little bit. 67 is your temperature right now in Towson. No wind to speak of at this time. And that's the problem, guys, is we have all that stagnant air. So we're not seeing any wind helping to move things along. And this is the code orange air quality alert for the entire state once again. So basically, we talked about this yesterday, the air quality index. It's unhealthy for sensitive groups today. So those who typically have breathing problems, the elderly and children as well, need to stay indoors and try to limit your time outside as well. In terms of our future smoke model, we do see a little bit of an improvement. We'll start to see that wind pick up slightly from the afternoon from the south, and that's going to help to get some of that smoke out of here. But then as we head into Saturday, we'll settle in again with less wind, and we'll still have to deal with smoke as we head into the weekend. So unfortunately, not looking too great. Mid to upper 60s for your temperatures here
over the next couple of hours. That's sun up at 5:44 and goes to bed tonight at 8:37, and mid to upper 80s across central Maryland. These are going to be your high temperatures today, so a little bit warmer than yesterday, even close to 90 in D.C. this afternoon. Heading down the ocean, temperatures in the mid 70s for Ocean City. Checking your temperature tracker, numbers stay near or even above average as we head into your 4th of July weekend and right into the first couple of days of July, that first week of July next week. So those 90s are going to be kind of hanging around. Here's a look at our future scan. So there's a warm front right here. Again, we have more of a southerly flow today that will give us the chance for a couple of pop-up showers and storms. We're talking late on Friday. And then as we get into Saturday, we had some showers early potentially, but now that is looking more to be like Saturday afternoon into the evening time. That's when we'll have a better chance of some of those pop-up thunderstorms. And kind of staying in that same weather pattern each afternoon, Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday, we'll have that isolated thunderstorm chance as we get into your weekend and into the 4th next week. So here's that 7-day forecast for you. Not a weather alert day today. Upper 80s today and tomorrow, lower 90s into Sunday and Monday. For the 4th, we'll see those numbers into those lower 90s as well, and overnight lows into the 70s. All right, let's check with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. Light rail link on time from end to end, and you'll find Metro Subway link operating on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thanks, Mark. A school resource officer acquitted after neglecting to rush inside and save students during the Parkland shooting. Why a rising star in the Orioles organization had strong words to say about that decision.
The Supreme Court rewriting the rules for how colleges and universities can consider race in admissions. I'm Atrell Nashar with a look at what this means for the future of academia.
And you're looking live over the Bay Bridge ahead of travel this holiday weekend. Stick with us here at Fox 45. All local, all morning. This morning, we're continuing coverage on the verdict of the school resource officer who failed to confront the gunman in the 2018 Parkland school shooting. Scott Peterson found not guilty on 11 counts of child neglect and negligence. Now, that verdict led to an emotional scene in the Florida courtroom as the judge read it. Peterson was on trial for not entering Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and confronting the gunman who killed 17 people. He faced up to life in prison if convicted. Now, Orioles minor league infielder and former Parkland student Kobe Mayo called the verdict, quote, absolutely disgusting. 14 of his classmates were killed. Now, Mayo, who plays for the Bowie Bay Sox, vented on Twitter, saying Peterson showed no thought of going to save any students. Making headlines this morning, the U.S. Supreme Court once again overturns decades of a precedent, this time striking down much of how race is factored into admissions at colleges and universities. Now taking you live to the White House because within hours of that decision, President Biden directed the Department of Education to review practices that promote inclusion on campus. National correspondent Antra Allen-Shar has more on the High Court's decision.
In a 6-3 decision released Thursday morning, the court ruled admissions programs at two of the country's oldest universities, Harvard and University of North Carolina, violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Dr. Dwayne Kwesi Wright teaches higher education administration and leads diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at George Washington University. He explains the courts now set new rules. If a school wants to consider race, they need to have concrete goals.
There has to be, quote unquote, a logical endpoint to your program, and race cannot be used as a, quote unquote, negative or stereotype.
The petitioner, Students for Fair Admissions, argued Asian and white students were being discriminated against. The conservative think tank Center for Equal Opportunity agrees.
It's led to this stigma as well throughout American society that individuals who are Black or brown who are successful have only gotten there because of affirmative action.
President Biden calls the decision a severe disappointment, giving this advice to schools.
They should not abandon their commitment to ensure student bodies of diverse backgrounds and experience that reflect all of America.
The majority opinion says a student can still discuss how race has impacted their life in the essay portion of their application. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who wrote the dissenting opinion, equates that to, quote, lipstick on a pig. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson writes, deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life. The decision
of gunfire erupting last night not far from Patterson Park, and we did hear from the acting police commissioner Rich Worley following that gunfire. He was praising officers for their bravery, saying that this suspect first opened fire on them.
Again, the bravery of our men and women going out here every single day and addressing the criminals in the city to keep the city safe. I can't be more proud of what they do every single day.
But let's rewind a bit. This all starting as a seemingly quiet afternoon, soon devolving into chaos. Officers spotting and recognizing a man wanted on a police warrant along Milton Avenue. The man attempting to run until his car broke down near Fairmont Avenue. The suspect then firing an automatic weapon, hitting a patrol car. Officers return fire and the suspect dies on scene. In fact, this video right here posted to the Citizen app that we've blurred showed a body on Milton Avenue just a block from Patterson Park. Now, we know that that suspect was 40 years old. We're learning that he was armed with not only a handgun, but an assault rifle with a fully loaded magazine. Fortunately, though, no officers were hurt during this incident. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The recent police-involved shooting is the second one in the city just this year. The acting commissioner says the consent decree monitors are now being notified.
But just about a month ago, when Baltimore's police department releasing body camera footage of an officer shooting an armed 17-year-old, around that same time, then Commissioner Harrison praised officers for taking guns off the streets without shooting anyone.
We took 2,400 guns, 2,600 guns plus off the streets last year with more than 1,600 arrests. Not one of them resulted in a police-involved shooting. Not one.
When it comes to Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron, less than a year after he announced that Al Capone method of going after violent criminals, he's touting its success. He says that his office is getting creative when it comes to going after the most violent offenders here in Baltimore, and crime numbers in the city seem to be going in the right direction. Halfway through 2023, and homicides are down 22%. Non-fatal shootings reduced by almost 13%. Maryland U.S. Attorney, again, Eric Barron, saying it is because of that Al Capone model of prosecution he announced in August of last year, which includes going after violent offenders in an unconventional way. He wants criminals to know his office isn't stopping.
For those who are doing violence in our communities, we're serious about giving you a break from the community and getting you help within the confines of a federal correctional facility.
His office is also looking at fraud with the federal COVID relief plan, helping to create a CARES Act strike force, looking through evidence and finding people charged with CARES fraud also having ghost guns. Since September 2022, 30 people have been indicted for federal crime charges with gun-related, including 10 charged with having a gun too close to a school. Barron says beyond enforcement, collaboration with community organizations like ROCA are helping to save lives. While the strategy seems successful, Barron warns if funding or community collaboration changes, progress may be lost.
Fox 45 News continues to press the governor on comments he made on the national stage that seem to contradict what he has said about violent crime in Maryland in the past. Now the governor is saying both can be true after we pressed him on the different lines of messaging when he's talking to a national audience and the local voter.
Speaking at the press club, you said nationwide crime's been down since the 90s. But when you unveiled your crime plan, you mentioned non-fatal shootings and homicides up. Do you think that gives mixed messages on your take on crime?
It doesn't give mixed messages, it's facts. Because the fact is, in the United States, since the 1990s, we have had a downturn in crimes, in homicides, in rapes. Those numbers are factual numbers. But the other factual numbers is showing that in the state of Maryland, over the past 8 years, we have had nearly double the homicide rate. Over the past 8 years, nearly doubled. That in the past 8 years in the state of Maryland, that the non-fatal shooting rate has doubled. Those are facts. Those are not opinions. And they're not used to point fingers at individuals nor administrations.
You can find more on the governor's conflicting crime messages on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland, topping our next half hour. What police are predicting will happen on the roads.
And we're preparing for one of the busiest travel weekends of the summer, while lawmakers on Capitol Hill are fighting over what's causing those travel delays.
We're talking about another day where we've got air quality that is not too good. So you'll probably want to stay inside, even though we get into that holiday weekend. We want to do a lot of outdoor things. We'll talk about the improvement that we are seeing in our forecast coming up.
The busiest travel day of the 4th of July holiday weekend is here.
And AAA is projecting record-breaking travel numbers, but not without headaches. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what to expect. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look now at Hollywood Beach, Florida, where a lot of people are expected to gather around the water or some beach this holiday weekend. According to AAA, though, today could be the busiest travel day on record for flyers, with more than 282 million passengers. That could come with some disruptions, though. Since Monday, more than 30,000 flights have been delayed and just over 10,000 canceled. That's according to flight tracking website FlightAware, which we have up right here. If you want to check it out today, we're already looking at 433 delays. If you look at the full cancellation map, you can see 10,000 delays. This is across the board, not just the U.S., but here also 655 cancellations today for flights in and out of the U.S.
Friday is going to be our busiest day, both here and nationwide.
Well, I was supposed to be in Milwaukee yesterday, and I'm in Green Bay today.
We were late leaving, probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and then Chicago, it was another hour or so.
So why the travel woes? Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg blames bad weather. But Texas Senator Ted Cruz calling out the FAA, saying they knew about insufficient staffing levels and inexperience months in advance. Take a look at these tweets here. Buttigieg saying we're actively dealing with heavy air traffic and flight disruptions triggered by storms across the East Coast and Midwest. While Senator Ted Cruz, DOT is blaming bad weather. The reality is DOT has known since March it does not have the controllers to handle air traffic in the Northeast. So we're going to continue looking at the weather today as well as your travel. A live look over Denver. We're already experiencing flight delays there. On Independence Day, though, storms could impact major airports in places like Atlanta, Dallas, Fort Worth. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center.
Amazon could be facing a major antitrust lawsuit. What the Federal Trade Commission is alleging when it comes to Amazon's online marketplace.
Tomorrow kicks off potentially higher gas prices in the state of Maryland. Coming up, the confusion on where lawmakers stand on the annual gas tax increase and what they're actually doing about it. 5:12 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
514 trending now. Amazon could be facing a major antitrust lawsuit from a federal agency over its online business practices. Reports showing the Federal Trade Commission is planning to file the lawsuit against Amazon for customers who use Amazon's online marketplace to buy and sell goods. The FTC's suit could allege Amazon rewards online merchants using its logistics services while punishing vendors who use other similar services. An FTC investigation going back to 2019 questions how using Amazon's warehousing, delivery service, and boxes impact third-party sellers, their product placements in the online marketplace.
Some advertisers are demanding refunds after they claim YouTube has violated its own terms of service. A recent report accusing YouTube of, quote, misleading its advertisers, and that includes Fortune 500 companies, small businesses, and government agencies. YouTube, which is owned by Google, also shows ads on third-party website and apps, claiming it's the same ad experience offered on its platform. The report says advertisers have lost billions of dollars because viewers can still avoid ads without skipping them.
Today, it's time to celebrate all those friends and relationships you've made online.
Happy Social Media Day. It began with Friendster in 2002, one of the first popular social media platforms. Then MySpace, Facebook, Twitter, and so many others. You could celebrate the day by making your post on your favorite social media platform.
And if you're looking for the perfect post this social media day, grab a telescope, turn it to the sky for your inspiration, because today is also International Asteroid Day, the day marking the anniversary of the large meteor impact in Russia, June 30th, 1908. The day seeks to raise awareness about the threat posed by asteroids when they fall to Earth as meteors.
Very interesting. 5:16 here this morning. Time to get another check of our forecast. No meteors, I hope.
No, but meteorologists.
See, we got that.
You know why it's called meteorologists, right?
Why is that?
Because meteors are things that move through the sky, and then hydrometeors are what we track as meteorologists.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Got to go back to Aristotle.
You look at water vapor all day?
Something like that, sure, yeah, we'll go with that. Water vapor. Yeah.
Water vapor.
All right. Well, unfortunately, guys, we still have to deal with the hazy conditions out there, and not from any water vapor or any mist that is out there. This is all, unfortunately, that smoke that is still hanging around our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, and we definitely had a smoky day yesterday with that code red air quality. We're back to the code orange today, but I do want to let you know that air quality is still unhealthy right now as you step outside. 67 is your current temperature, no wind to speak of, but we are looking to see some wind pick up a little bit later today. But this is what I was talking about. Look at the current air quality index here through most of the region. You can see all of those reds, and yeah, that is in the unhealthy category. So as you step out right now, we're still dealing with the air quality index numbers that are in that unhealthy range. As we head toward the afternoon, the entire state back to the code orange air quality alert, and that's unhealthy for sensitive groups. Puts it at the 101 to the 150 range for that air quality index. And looking ahead over the next couple of days, you can see today code orange, but Saturday and Sunday we're back to moderate air quality as we're going to see improving air quality for this upcoming weekend. We still have to track this smoke that's still going to be with us through most of the day today, but we do see some improvement toward the afternoon, and then that wind's going to die down overnight. Still that smoke kind of hanging around into your Saturday as well, but at least should get back into those moderate readings for the weekend. Mid to upper 60s and lower 70s here in your Rise and Shine cast on your Friday, the final day of the month of June. And if you do want to hang out at the pool, again, probably a little hazy today, but upper 70s through 10 a.m. and mid to upper 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Remember that UV index in that high category. Check some of the numbers here in your neighborhood. Westminster, Eldersburg, Reisterstown, the mid to upper 80s. Hereford zone at 84, 88 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Numbers for Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 80s, so very close to average, what we typically see for this time of year. If you do want to get the grass cut on your mowcast, you're good to go today. Notice on Saturday and Sunday, I do have some yellow lights only because we're tracking the potential for some isolated thunderstorms each afternoon. So Friday looks mainly dry. It's late this afternoon, evening. We're talking 7, 8 o'clock. So these showers developing to the south and to the west of Baltimore, but some of them might sneak into that 95 corridor as we head into the evening tonight. And then as we head into Saturday, we'll start off dry, but late Saturday afternoon, after about 3, 4 o'clock, you can see that that line of showers and possible storms rolling through. Sunday looks a little bit more active as well. The morning is dry, but later into the afternoon, we'll get more of those pop-up thunderstorms. So we're going to get into that kind of same setup or that pattern that just kind of repeats each afternoon with that chance for pop-up showers and thunderstorms. O's game tonight. Hopefully we'll get that O's game in with no issues. And then Saturday and Sunday, upper 80s and lower 90s, and taking those 90s all the way into next week. By Tuesday, we do look to dry out a little bit for the 4th. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Good news for light rail link riders. You'll find that service disruption that we've been dealing with for half a month or so out of the way. No more shuttle bus bridge, looking good in both directions of light rail link service. All the construction and maintenance completed out there. On Metro Subway Link, we had single tracking yesterday, and that's out of the way as well. So clear sailing on Metro Subway Link. Good news for light rail link and Metro Subway Link riders. The MARC train system, we're not going to leave you out. Good news there, too. No major delays or problems. Looking good, in fact, in both directions out there on all of the lines of MARC train. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark. Justin certainly appreciated that. Thank you very much. Well, right now, Marylanders, take a look at this, on average paying $3.46 for a gallon of gas. But that price is expected to go up this weekend. The annual gas tax hike, which will be 10%, takes place tomorrow. And that brings the tax to 47 cents per gallon. That tax hike equals to an increase of just over 4 cents a gallon. Despite concerns about the tax, the Democratic majority in Annapolis made no changes this year. The taxes primarily go to public transportation projects, not roads. Governor Wes Moore signaled that he wants that to change.
I'm calling on, I'm asking the General Assembly and telling them we're ready to work in partnership with you in the next session to be able to address the fact that as of right now, the only assets that we have to be able to put towards the Transportation Trust Fund are things that are regressive taxes.
Republicans have been calling for an end to the automatic gas tax hike.
Now, this comes as one of the busiest travel weekends of the year is here, and taking you live to the Bay Bridge. Actually, we're looking at some there we go. There's the Bay Bridge. Nearly 900,000 Marylanders expected to hit the roads this weekend. Air travel is also up. It's expected to be about 10% higher than last year and a slight increase from pre-pandemic levels. AAA expects today to be the busiest day of the weekend.
The CDC is extending their germ watch list. After the break, how last year's formula shortage is prompting new guidelines.
Several of Baltimore's top jobs are vacant. Coming up next, we're looking into why the city is limiting who can apply to the positions. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all
Topping your morning health headlines, the bacteria responsible for last year's infant formula shortage is now on the CDC's official watch list. Starting next year, states will be asked, but not required, to notify the agency about Chronobacter infections. It's a type of bacteria that's found widely in the environment, but it can cause life-threatening bloodstream infections and even meningitis in infants. The CDC says infections are rare, but they warn up to 40% of babies who get sick will die.
Now, when it comes to RSV vaccine, older adults and Americans will soon be able to get the newly approved shots.
It will be available this fall, recommended for those 60 and older by U.S. health officials. RSV is a common cause of cold-like symptoms, but it can be dangerous for infants and the elderly. Older adults with chronic heart or lung disease, weakened immune systems, and those living in long-term care facilities are said to be at high risk for this infection. So far, there is no vaccine for kids.
Elsewhere, the World Health Organization preparing to place an artificial sweetener found in thousands of sugar-free products as a possible carcinogen. Now, according to Reuters, the International Agency for Research on Cancer is conducting a safety review of aspartame and will publish a report next month. The sweetener is found in items like Diet Coke, extra chewing gum, cereal, and Snapple drinks, to name a few. Being declared a possible carcinogen means there's some evidence linking aspartame to cancer. The evidence is limited.
This morning, we are tracking a code orange air quality alert as we head into the holiday weekend.
Our Weather Authority team of meteorologists keeping you up to date all weekend long, holiday weekend long, and when air quality conditions are expected to slightly improve.
Recreational marijuana becomes legal for adults across the state starting tomorrow. Just ahead, the warning from Baltimore County Police and why they say it's going to make Maryland roads more dangerous. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, June 30th, last day of the month. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. Slight improvement when we're talking about the wildfire air, I guess, that's outside.
As we head to the afternoon, we're not seeing that improvement right now, guys. Unfortunately, still have the unhealthy air quality as you step out right now. Later today, we're back to the code orange air quality alert. It still will be unhealthy for sensitive groups, and we're still going to have to deal with this smoke at least for the next couple of days. And this is what it looks like right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Very similar to how we wrapped up yesterday. Just no wind, so all of that smoke just settling in and kind of hanging around, literally. Our temperatures in the lower 60s for Western Maryland, mid to upper 60s right now for Westminster, Bel Air over to Baltimore City, almost 70 in Annapolis this morning. So out for a run or a jog. Again, want to say probably do your exercise inside, at least this morning, because you don't want to be out there with these smoky skies you'll have to deal with. Now, today our highs get to the upper 80s. Tomorrow and Sunday, also upper 80s and lower 90s, but we are tracking a better chance of a few more showers and thunderstorms as we head into your holiday weekend. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Turning now to a city in crisis as Baltimore faces vacancies in many key positions.
Today, the last day for the Department of Public Works Director and the Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepping down weeks ago.
Those departments will be 3 of many without permanent leaders. We have Olivia Dance joining us live here in studio with more on the vacancies and the city's job search. Olivia.
Yo, Megan and Tom, that's right. Some of the city's top jobs are vacant, but we're learning that those jobs are not always open to every possible candidate. Since Police Commissioner Michael Harrison resigned 3 weeks ago, the city has failed to publicly post the position on the city's job site. Richard Vatz, a retired Towson professor, says that's concerning.
When you don't do a search, you're saying that what we've got right here is certainly sufficient. But, you know, the fact is that Baltimore is still a very violent place.
When the city searched for a police commissioner 4 years ago, it used a 4-page job description to attract candidates from across the country. This time, Mayor Scott wasted no time announcing Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley would be his nominee to replace former Commissioner Harrison. Even on the city's job board today, you'll find more than 180 open jobs in city government, from the health commissioner to the public works director. But you won't find a posting for the police commissioner or the director of the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE. Now, today is the last day for the director of MONSE. The agency already has a current staff member who's the new acting director. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Starting tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland for adults 21 and over.
Police are predicting that it's going to create some new dangers on Maryland roads. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with their effort to keep you safe and a warning for cannabis-impaired drivers. Shannon.
Well, the research predicts when recreational marijuana becomes legal across the state, about 10% of Maryland adults will purchase it from the legal market. So with more people lighting up, likely that means more people will be choosing to get behind the wheel and hit the roads after doing so.
As the state barrels toward July 1st and the legalization of recreational marijuana, the groundwork for Baltimore County Police,
the tip of your nose with the tip of your finger,
long underway.
You can start.
To recognize signs and symptoms of people under the influence of cannabis, too high to drive.
Keep your head straight and just follow the tip of the pen.
But preparations and plans,
It's going to be a tidal wave,
likely won't compare to the tsunami of impaired drivers police anticipate on the roadways come July.
There's going to be so many of them, but so few of us.
Sergeant Tom Morehouse is one of the top drug recognition experts in the state, managing Baltimore County Police's DRE program.
Do you think that come July 1st, Maryland roads get more dangerous?
Absolutely. And there's research to show that.
That research he's referring to? A 2021 study done by the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area program showing a 138% increase in traffic deaths where drivers tested positive for marijuana since the legalization of recreational cannabis in Colorado. Closer to home,
That relaxed attitude and that attitude that or that belief that it's already legal. I think that's a big part of it.
Sergeant Morehouse says in Baltimore County, the number of calls for drug recognition experts like him also are increasing before July 1st even hits. With more than 70 evaluations so far this year, compared to last year's 40 to 50 at this time. And keep in mind, Morehouse and other DREs play a crucial role in the state's DUI enforcement. They're the ones that are called to evaluate when an arrest is made for impairment that's not alcohol related. But look at this. For the entire state of Maryland, there are just 190 drug recognition experts. State Police and Baltimore County Police, the two agencies totaling the highest number of DREs with 30 and 29 respectively. Meanwhile, in Anne Arundel County, there's 16. Howard County, 12. And Baltimore City, just 5. Despite those numbers,
we're going to be out there.
Sergeant Morehouse says officers will be out in force, looking for and arresting intoxicated drivers who aren't doing their part.
If you're feeling different, you will drive different. So don't get behind the wheel.
As a starting point, Sergeant Morehouse recommends waiting 6 to 7 hours after consuming cannabis before you drive, or just get a designated driver. And of course, if you are out on the roads and you see something unsafe, be sure you keep a good distance behind and call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. If you decide to use marijuana for the first time after it becomes legal tomorrow, there are a few things experts want to keep in mind.
If you use cannabis products, particularly edibles, you should lock them up. Make sure that your kids and pets can't get to them.
Police are also warning against driving while high. We just heard Shannon saying that. It's illegal, just like driving drunk.
And if you are taking edibles, start slowly. Experts recommend taking half a dose and waiting a while because it's not an instant effect. See how it makes you feel before you take more. But if you do take too much, you'll likely be okay. Well, Fox 45 News has compiled a list of stories as Maryland gets ready to legalize recreational marijuana this weekend. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to read more.
This morning, the Attorney General now investigating a deadly officer-involved shooting. Still ahead, chaotic scanner traffic as the suspect started firing.
And for tens of millions of Americans, air quality concerns casting a haze over the holiday weekend. The two cities ranking among the worst in the world for air quality. Just ahead.
And we are continuing to cover the code orange air quality alert in our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the hazy skies clear up and that full weather authority forecast. 5:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. As the 4th of July holiday weekend gets underway, air quality advisories all across the country threaten to upend plans.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with why authorities are advising many people to just stay indoors. Taylor?
That's right. That goes for us here in the DMV region, too. A live look over Washington, D.C., where a code red air quality alert is in place. Get this. Right now, D.C. is ranked 3rd worst in the world for air quality. But air concerns impacting more than 100 million folks today as this holiday weekend gets underway and folks try to get out to either the beach or a body of water. It goes from northern Illinois all the way down to the coast. A live look now at New York, where already the city is under an unhealthy air quality to breathe range. Governor Kathy Hochul issued a statewide air advisory through the end of the day due to those smoke from wildfires in Canada. Now, taking a look at your air quality concerns here in Baltimore, we are in the unhealthy range. That is an improvement from yesterday. Today is unhealthy for sensitive groups. Tomorrow, they're forecasting moderate, but let's give you more context over at meteorologist Justin Chambers for how the smoke is expected to hold up today here.
Yeah, and you look at this map right here, Taylor, and these wildfires are just widespread throughout Canada. This is just some of the wildfire activity, at least on the eastern half of that country. But more than 480 fires are currently burning out of control in Canada, and all of that smoke is coming right down the East Coast. That's what you can see with this map right here. And that's why we continue to have that air quality that is in the poor range. Now, some of these wildfires, some 800 miles away from Baltimore City, so way up there to the north. But again, all of the upper level wind is helping to push all that smoke right up and down the East Coast. And as Taylor mentioned, we will be in the code orange later today. Even though we're unhealthy right now, we are expected to get back down to about 142 for the AQI, which is, again, unhealthy for sensitive groups, and then some improvement into Saturday and Sunday back into the moderate range. We'll get some of that smoke to move out of here. We'll have a full look at your forecast for the weekend and what we can expect for the 4th coming up in just a few.
Some good info. Justin, thank you. The Supreme Court striking down affirmative action in a landmark ruling. Still ahead, we're going to speak with the Washington Insider about what happens next.
More unrest breaks out in the streets of Paris. After the break, why the amounts of officers deployed quadrupled last night. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
This morning, we are getting some crazy video from yet another violent night of protests in France after the deadly police shooting of a 17-year-old boy during a traffic stop on Tuesday. Take a look at this here. Cars turned over completely up in flames. This is in Paris. In response, 40,000 police officers were deployed across the country last night, which quadruples from the day before. According to the Interior Minister, dozens of police officers have been hurt in these demonstrations.
Well, take a look at this. When it comes to wildfires, California is using new drone technology to help revolutionize its response. The drones carry small ping-pong-sized devices, which are dropped from the drone in order to ignite the surrounding area. The drones typically used in prescribed burns, and they have infrared cameras to help monitor the flames.
Small ping-pong balls basically are better in the lighter, flashier fuels, the grass-type fuel. They don't create a ton of heat, so it takes a lighter fuel to carry the fire and get it going.
And drones minimize risk for firefighters and are more nimble than helicopters.
In Louisiana, an alligator makes his way through the doggy door to take a personal house tour. Check this out. It's a 5-foot-long gator right there, wiggles his way into the house of a couple that was new to the area, didn't know this could happen. After they contacted authorities to help remove it safely, their doggy door got an upgrade, so it opens for the dog Panda only. I wonder if Panda got a glimpse of this guy, though. Can you just turn the corner of your house and see that?
You just see that laying there? Like, this has got to be fake, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that would wake you up early.
Yep. All right, let's see what else is going to wake us up early. There's still a little smoke out there here in the Baltimore region.
Yeah, dangerous now, but getting better, a little bit better this afternoon.
I mean, we're trying to do anything we can to try to get a little bit of improvement and try to give you an outlook as to what we're going to see for the weekend. But yeah, right now, this is what it looks like, guys. Still a lot of that smoke that is out there and the unhealthy air quality as you step outside right now. This is in Towson, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Sun is now up, but not really seeing much of the sun as that visibility is reduced. So still dealing with unhealthy air quality, at least here right in the Baltimore region and for most of Baltimore County. Eastern Shore a little bit better at this time, but this is what I showed you just a moment ago. Those wildfires are all over the country of Canada, not only on the eastern half of the country, but the western half as well. And it's that upper level wind that has moved all of that smoke and kind of settling in to the East Coast, which is why so many of us are dealing with this air quality that is in the poor or unhealthy range. Today, we do see the code orange air quality alert, so not the code red across the old line state, but that still means that we're going to see unhealthy air quality for the sensitive groups. And again, if you were outside yesterday, you know that that smoke is there. So it can pretty much impact all of us and all of the things that we want to do outside typically when we get into summertime. Now, when you look at this map, this is our future scan for our wind gusts for the afternoon. And what I want to point out is those arrows indicating that southerly wind. So that's going to help to clear out some of that smoke as we head later into the afternoon and evening time as well. And we'll keep that southerly flow going into Saturday, which is why we're looking at better conditions for the weekend. But in terms of our future smoke graphics, still kind of hanging around throughout the day today and even into tonight and tomorrow. We get less wind in the overnight hours so that smoke kind of settles in, similar to what we're seeing right now. That's how it's going to start off for your Saturday morning. As for Friday morning, you rise and shine with us. Upper 60s and lower 70s. Sun will be up until 8:37 tonight. Not a bad day to hang by the pool. Again, you just have to deal with the smoky skies out there. And remember that UV index, even with the smoke, still in the high category. Mid to upper 80s for your highs today across Carroll and Baltimore counties. And Anne Arundel County, Howard counties also seeing those mid to upper 80s. So a little bit warmer than where we were yesterday afternoon, but not really out of the ordinary for late June. If you do want to get the grass cut today, you're good to go. Saturday and Sunday, yeah, you're still fine, at least in the morning times, but those yellow lights indicate that we do have that potential for some pop-up thunderstorms for the afternoon. So what we're going to do is get into a very summer-like weather pattern where we have that chance for isolated thunderstorms each afternoon. So even late this afternoon and into the evening time tonight, a few of those showers kind of getting close to Baltimore City. More of that's going to be down toward D.C. and Southern Virginia. Tomorrow we start off dry, but by tomorrow afternoon, we'll see a few more of those pop-up showers and storms. Could even get a line of those storms into that 5 and 6 o'clock hour on Saturday, and then another round of storms coming in on Sunday. And we keep that going even into Monday of next week. It does look to dry out a little bit and be a little bit more on the calmer side for Tuesday for the 4th. But either way, those temperatures climb into the upper 80s and lower 90s. Now let's get an update with the MTA and Mark Jones.
Yes, good morning out there right now, Justin. You'll find on the MARC train system, Penn train 511 and Camden 843, operating with 5 minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Out there on Light Rail Link, good news for Light Rail Link riders. No delays or service disruption. The construction and maintenance has been completed, and it's on time, full service from end to end on Light Rail Link. But it's running with about a 15 to 20 minute delay at present. Be aware of that. If your ride is on Metro, Subway Link, the single tracking and construction out there completed, and we've got on-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. We are one day away from legal recreational marijuana use in Maryland, while one former police commissioner says it's about time.
U.S. Supreme Court overturns affirmative action, how Johns Hopkins University is reacting to the new ruling on race and college admissions. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45. A major day for the state of Maryland as recreational marijuana becomes legal this Saturday. 21 and older can purchase the herb and its products from various dispensaries. But critics say this will open a whole lot of issues, from driving to increased use among children. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
You've been very vocal about making all drugs legal and do you see marijuana this Saturday being a step in the right direction?
Yeah, I think it's long overdue. I think this is one of the dumbest things we've done in this country, is to outlaw marijuana and keep it, the schedule it was at for so long. I just can't believe we never learned from Prohibition.
Well, we are seeing now, because Maryland will be the 24th state to legalize recreational use. A lot of medicinal purposes, though, in the states, but keeping it with just recreational, 24th state here as of Saturday, they will be. We started looking at the response, though, from police. A lot of local police departments are actually saying they've run experiments on people and had them smoke in front of them in a controlled environment just so they could see the impacts marijuana has on somebody that, say, may get behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, good. Do all the studies you want. I find it ridiculous that we've done this for so long, when the fact is the big thing behind this has always been violence, and now people go to everything else. It's always been violence, and what drives the violence is the money involved in the drug trade, period. If you do away with this, you make it legal, you take the violence out of it, because they'll have to find something else to do to make the profit. So I've been all for it.
Other critics say it's the gateway drug, though. You start with marijuana, then you move to heavier stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people are uneducated. They say a lot of things. I just find it, these are like myths that have been around for like 15, 60 years. Like we were, in elementary school, they show you those videos of somebody smoking marijuana, all of a sudden going berserk and getting violent. I've never seen that in my police career.
Right now, from the Department of Justice, legalizing the recreational use, fewer marijuana-related arrest and court cases. The only issue that we do have that we found, though, there's a 5.8% increase in injury crash-related rates with marijuana usage, 4.1% increase in fatal crashes. That's according to a journal study of alcohol and drugs.
Yeah, I'd still like to see the study. I'm not denying whatever they found, but considering half the states in the country have it legalized, you're talking about not the entire country. Was there weather involved? Was there speed involved? Was there other things involved? That's a tough one to really, pin down. You think about the variables you went to crashes, especially fatal crashes. The number one killer on the road is speed. I just, I'll take it, I'll accept it, but I'm not sure I believe it.
So Saturday's legalization here in Maryland, you're all for it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know how it works. I'm going to find out. Do you need a card? Do you just go with your driver's license, just identify yourself? You just buy it like you're buying something else, just prove you're 18 or 21 or whatever. Yeah, 21. All right. Ed Norris, thank you. You could always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan, 6 to 10 a.m.
Making headlines this morning, the U.S. Supreme Court once again overturns decades of precedent, this time striking down much of how race is factored into admissions at colleges and universities. I want to take you live to the White House here this morning because within hours of that decision, President Biden directed the Department of Education to review practices that promote inclusion on campus.
Governor Wes Moore speaking out on the ruling, saying diversity will still be a pillar of education in Maryland.
I stand in partnership with our leaders of higher education in the state of Maryland and saying that while we are looking at and digesting the impact of this decision, we know in the state of Maryland our commitment to having our institutions of higher education that are reflective of the beautiful mosaic of the state, that stands firm.
Following the Supreme Court's decision, Johns Hopkins University sent a letter to its community sharing disappointment in the ruling. The university says it worked hard to improve representation within its student body. It will review the opinion when it comes to making changes. The letter also states the school will look at states where affirmative action is already banned to see how those schools achieve diversity on their campus.
An officer-involved shooting ends with a suspect dead. Just ahead, why the acting commissioner is now praising officers and what's next in this investigation.
Maryland's U.S. attorney says his method for going after violent offenders in Baltimore is working. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at what the data is showing.
One of the busiest travel weekends this summer is here. Back and forth from lawmakers on Capitol Hill over what will cause delays.
Well, here I am. Our temperatures are not too bad right now. We are still talking about smoky conditions for the afternoon. Back with your forecast in just a bit.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are tracking a code orange air quality alert here in our region this morning.
Yeah, taking a live look over Towson, Indiana Harbor, where it's a little bit worse now. The smoke from the Canadian wildfires continues to blanket our state.
However, we're expecting some improvement here this afternoon, at least from yesterday when we were in that code red air quality alert.
Well, thank you for waking up with us on this Friday morning, June 30th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with how this is timing out.
Yeah, unfortunately, still pretty bad out there right now, guys. And we're talking about that AQI that's above 150. That puts us in the unhealthy category. So it is not fun to be outside this morning. When you look at that shot, we showed you those. But here on the big live window, you can see that not much to see out over the Inner Harbor with all of that smoke that is settling in. This is the current air quality index. And again, we're in the unhealthy category for most of us in Baltimore City and County, up into Harford County. Eastern Shore is a little bit better down toward D.C. in that code orange right now, but we are going to be in the code orange for the entire state as we head later into the afternoon. We are expecting some wind to kind of help pick up and blow some of the smoke out of here, but overall that code orange is still in the unhealthy category for sensitive groups for the afternoon. In terms of your drive to work, if you're heading out in the next couple of hours, mid to upper 60s, Mr. Bowe says we're good to go. Remember, hit that recirculate button on the AC so you get that fresh air that's in the car and not bringing all that smoke into your car as well. Upper 80s for our highs today, the smoky skies and warmer numbers than what we saw yesterday. We're back with your forecast, which does include some showers and thunderstorms for your holiday weekend. We'll talk about that coming up. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. If you are heading down the ocean, look at this. Green all around the Baltimore region and all the way if you're traveling 50 to Ocean City and any of the Delaware beaches, too. No issues to report.
Breaking news overnight. Homicide detectives are investigating after a man was shot and killed around 10:20 last night. This happened on Pennsylvania Avenue right across from the Capitol Lounge restaurant.
Officers arriving to the scene found a 39-year-old man suffering from life-threatening gunshot wounds. Medics transported him to shock trauma, but despite their life-saving measures, he was pronounced dead a short time later.
If you know anything about this incident, you are asked to call homicide detectives. The number is 410-396-2100. If you wish to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
You gotta move the everything! Stop the crossfire now!
We have a police involved discharging.
Chaotic moments over the Baltimore police scanner there. A man is dead this morning following a shootout with police right near Patterson Park.
It started when officers spotted a man wanted on a police warrant. When he attempted to flee, his car broke down. He began firing at police, striking a patrol vehicle.
This morning, we are taking a look at the crime around the state and how it's being handled with our live team coverage.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live here in studio with a look at why Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron is touting the success of his Al Capone method of going after violent criminals.
But first, we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live with the deadly officer-involved shooting in Southeast Baltimore. Shannon.
And as for what's next, Megan, we know that the Attorney General's office is going to be taking over this case since this was an officer-involved shooting. And that exchange of gunfire all erupted yesterday afternoon, not far from Patterson Park. We know afterwards, Acting Commissioner Rich Worley was praising officers, commending their bravery, saying this suspect fired on them first.
Again, the bravery of our men and women going out here every single day and addressing the criminals in the city to keep the city safe. I can't be more proud of what they do every single day.
But let's rewind a bit. This all starting as a seemingly quiet afternoon, soon devolving into chaos. Officers spotting and recognizing a man wanted on a police warrant along Milton Avenue. The man attempting to run until his car broke down near Fairmont Avenue. The suspect then firing an automatic weapon, hitting a patrol car. Officers return fire and the suspect dies on scene. In fact, this video posted to the Citizen app that we've blurred showed a body on Milton Avenue just a block from Patterson Park. Now, that 40-year-old suspect that we're learning was killed, we're also learning was armed with not only a handgun, but an assault rifle with a fully loaded magazine, according to police. But thankfully, no officers were injured in this incident. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The recent police-involved shooting is the second one in the city just this year. The acting commissioner says the consent decree monitors are now being notified. Just about a month ago, BPD releasing body cam footage of an officer shooting an armed 17-year-old. Around that same time, then Commissioner Harrison praised officers for taking guns off the streets without shooting anyone.
We took 2,400 guns, 2,600 guns plus off the streets last year with more than 1,600 arrests. Not one of them resulted in a police-involved shooting. Not one.
When it comes to Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron, less than a year after he announced his Al Capone method of going after violent criminals, he's touting its success. Our team coverage continues with Olivia Dance, who has more on what he's attributing the progress to. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, U.S. Attorney Barron says his office is getting creative when it comes to going after the most violent offenders here in Baltimore, and crime numbers in the city seem to be going in the right direction. Halfway through 2023, the homicides are down 22%, non-fatal shootings reduced by almost 13%. Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron says it's because of the Al Capone model of prosecution he announced in August last year, which includes going after violent offenders in an unconventional way. He wants criminals to know his office isn't stopping.
For those who are doing violence in our communities, we're serious about giving you a break from the community and getting you help within the confines of a federal correctional facility.
His office is also looking at fraud with the federal COVID relief plan, helping to create a CARES Act strike force, looking through evidence and finding people charged with CARES fraud. Also have ghost guns. With the help of state funding since September 2022, 30 people have been indicted for federal gun crimes, including 10 people charged with having a gun too close to a school. Barron says beyond enforcement, a collaboration with community organizations like ROCA are helping to save lives. While the strategy seems successful, Barron warns that if funding or community collaboration may be lost. For now, reporting in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
Thank you, Olivia. Tomorrow, Maryland will become a green state. We are breaking down what you need to know before recreational marijuana use is legalized in Maryland.
Key Baltimore leadership positions remain empty. Fox 45 News questions whether the mayor is doing enough to find the best candidates to lead city agencies.
6:09 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here, and we are still dealing with smoky conditions as you make your way outside. You can see right there from our Towson camera, a little orange ball. The sun is up, but definitely a lot of those clouds that are hanging around with this smoke and that is in the air. 63 your temp in Cockeysville, 64 Baltimore, 61 your temp in Columbia, and lower 70s in Annapolis and Stevensville right now. So your yard and gardening cast out and about here next couple of hours, upper 70s and into the mid to upper 80s later today, but maybe want to do some indoor gardening only because we still have to deal with that unhealthy air quality for some this afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the chance for storms as we head to the weekend. That's coming up in a few.
Busiest travel day of the 4th of July holiday weekend is here.
And AAA is projecting record-breaking travel numbers, but not without headaches. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what we can expect. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look right now at Hollywood Beach. Imagine just being here laying on the water. That could happen for some millions of Americans today who are heading out to the beach this weekend. AAA is forecasting this could be the busiest travel day on record for the holiday weekend with more than 282 million passengers. As Megan said, could come with some disruptions. Since Monday, more than 30,000 flights have already been delayed and over 10,000 canceled, according to flight tracking website FlightAware. A look at the board this morning, and you can see 11,000 delays in and out of the United States, 706 cancellations. Now, this number has gone up since we last checked 30 minutes ago. Take a listen to some of the travel woes people are experiencing at the airport.
Friday is going to be our busiest day, both here and nationwide.
Well, I was supposed to be in Milwaukee yesterday, and I'm in Green Bay today.
We were late leaving, probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and then Chicago, it was another hour or so.
So why can't airlines get you somewhere on time? Well, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg blames bad weather, but Texas Senator Ted Cruz is calling out the FAA. Take a look at some of these tweets here. So this is Buttigieg. He says we're actively dealing with heavy air traffic and flight disruptions triggered by storms across the East Coast and Midwest. Well, here Ted Cruz saying DOT is blaming bad weather. The reality is DOT has known since March it does not have the controllers to handle air traffic in the Northeast. Now, we'll continue to follow this as we have a live look now over Denver. Not Denver. I'm not sure if that one's up, but they're also experiencing delays and have already seen delays this morning. On Independence Day, though, storms could impact major airports in places like Atlanta and Dallas. We'll keep you updated right here at the Live Center.
Well, before you light that sparkler, make sure you're doing it the right way. Where you can go today to learn more about fireworks safety before the 4th.
And a major shakeup in college admissions following the Supreme Court's landmark ruling. Up next, we're going to speak to a Washington insider about the potential next steps. 6:12 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Our Weather Authority forecast at 6:15 from the top of the Transamerica building, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Man, you can barely see that sun right there, but the clouds are hanging around in terms of the smoke clouds, not the precipitation. Our temperature right at 64 degrees. The fact that we have no wind is not good. We need to get that wind to help move some of the smoke out of here. And also 90% humidity. It's not bad temperature-wise when you step outside. It's just really tough to breathe, especially when we're still dealing with the unhealthy air quality right here in Baltimore City and County. Most of the area under that code red for now. We can see some of the areas out toward the eastern shore and down south under that code orange. And statewide, we are going to be in the code orange for the afternoon, but it's all from these Canadian wildfires, which have been just plaguing the country. They're burning out of control, and these are some 800 miles away. That's what we see with the fires and all that smoke, the upper level wind bringing in that smoke to the entire East Coast. So the state today, Maryland, will be under the code orange air quality alert. And what that does is puts it in the unhealthy category for sensitive groups once again. Children, elderly, those with breathing problems. We talk about code orange all the time. But the good news is we are expecting some improvement getting back to moderate categories for both Saturday and Sunday. And that's something that's a lot easier for all of us to be able to do things outdoors, especially when we have a holiday weekend upon us. Now, when you look at the future scan for our peak wind gusts, we are seeing that wind from the south and the southeast pick up later this afternoon. And again, that will help to move some of that smoke out even as we head into Saturday. We are picking up also the chance for some more showers and thunderstorms with that southerly flow, but that's going to be better than that northwesterly flow, just bringing all of the smoke in. And this is our future smoke graphic. You can see some improvement, especially in parts of western Maryland as we head toward the afternoon. Still dealing with the smoke, however, for the afternoon into the evening, and especially overnight with that wind dying down, it will settle in similar to what we're seeing right now. So you're going to have to deal with some smoky conditions for the next couple of mornings and into the weekend as well. Now, our temperatures today will be climbing in the mid to upper 80s is what we'll see over the next 12 hours. That's near the average for this time of year, but a little warmer than where we ended up yesterday. Mid to upper 80s across central Maryland for the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge to Annapolis, 86 in Columbia and Westminster, 88 in Baltimore City, upper 80s for D.C. and Philly today, over to Harrisburg as well at 87, mid 70s if you're heading down the ocean there. Ocean City not dealing with much in the way of any problems today in terms of any thunderstorms, but that's all going to change as we head toward the weekend. So here's our future scan. Staying dry for most of the afternoon. Late into about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, you'll see a few showers and a couple of thunderstorms that will move to the south and to the east of Baltimore City and County, but may sneak into our area by the time we head late into tonight. Now, tomorrow will start off dry, but another round of a couple of pop-up showers and storms on the way for your Saturday afternoon into the evening as well. And then we have that same situation on Sunday where you'll have that very typical summer-like weather pattern, the isolated thunderstorms popping up into Sunday and even into Monday as we head toward next week. 7-day forecast looks like this. O's are back at it tonight. Hopefully we'll get that game in, and then we have that isolated thunderstorm chance Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday of next week. It does look to dry out for the 4th on Tuesday. Temperatures warming up, though, in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Now let's get a check with your mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 operating with about 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains look good for travel. Good news for light rail link riders. The construction, the maintenance that we've been dealing with for the last few weeks out of the way. No more shuttle bus bridge on time. Oh, actually not on time, but no more shuttle bus bridge or disruption. You will find about a 15 to 20 minute delay in your travels on light rail link. The single tracking from yesterday and construction on Metro subway link out of the way as well. Looking good for travel at present in both directions of that service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
While we are all disheartened and dismayed by this decision, we are also clear about the mandate that we all have before us, and that is not to abandon the project of diversity, but to double down on it, because that is what our democracy requires.
The policy should be focusing on how do we get rid of the obstacles to personal success. We should not be saying, how can we help someone because of the color of their skin?
The U.S. Supreme Court making a landmark decision surrounding affirmative action in college admissions. The High Court ruling colleges that saying that colleges can no longer take race into consideration as a specific basis for student admissions. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live from Athens to weigh in on this. Armstrong, good morning. We heard President Biden immediately speaking out against the decision, saying that the court, quote, walked away from decades of precedent. Do you agree?
Well, Megan, first, good morning from Athens, Greece. You cannot accept students based on race and then reject students based on race. That is obviously discrimination. And obvious, you've got to ensure that you have equality of education, and equality of education certainly cannot assure outcomes. And even in a place like Baltimore, where you are now, when you look at the dismal education results and the proficiency in math, English, and writing. I mean, this is why these students end up scoring very low on the SAT and ACT scoreboards, because they're not prepared early on. And so what we got to do is focus on K through 12, focus on secondary education, and give these kids a real chance to get into college and the university that meet their academic preparation is what's going on now. And
so do you think this is a step forward?
Yeah, Megan, I don't want someone to think because of the hue of my skin, my sense is based on the fact that the government had to lower its standard, had to lower the bar, because there's so many Black and Latino kids in this world who get into these Ivy League schools based on meritocracy, and they're also maligned and their achievements undermined as a result of this. And you think about this, Megan. I mean, you have kids. You want your kids to be the best in the classroom, to go into the library, coming home, reading to them, helping them solve problems. These kids invest a lot into getting the best grades so they can get into these elite schools. And imagine your kid, 1,500 on the SAT, and all of a sudden, this kid is denied because what you consider to be a minority. A minority doesn't always have to be someone who's Black. That's what we like to consider it as. Right. But someone got into the university based on the fact that you had to lower the score of the SAT. And what's going to happen now is they're going to attack these standardized tests, is what's going to happen now. And lowering the bar for kids to get in the long term doesn't also stop the situation. It creates even more issues. Yes.
Is there a way to tackle discrimination, though, and make sure that minorities are still having a fair shot and not being discriminated against without this being in place?
Megan, it must happen early on. It must, the intellectual gap in education starts before the kid ever enters kindergarten. You've got to invest in these kids. You've got to have the best teachers. You must have the best resources. And you've got to have teachers believing that every child has the capacity to learn. And not one model fits all. Kids learn individually. Their enthusiasm and their optimism for education depends on that teacher, which has the most important impact on that kid's educational experience. Because when you talk to a kid, what they talk about is their favorite teacher. And it has to start on ground level before we get to where we are now. But these kids will be fine. Obviously, the Supreme Court, everybody knew this was coming. And Sandra Day kind of said, we will try this for 25 years. And after 25 years, I think we should move beyond this. You cannot contain these policies, and it has to change, and that it has.
Again, a landmark decision on it. Student loan forgiveness, a decision that could come down today. Armstrong, I'm sure we'll be talking about it next week. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much, Megan.
Several of Baltimore's top jobs are vacant. Coming up, we are looking into why the city is limiting who can apply to these positions.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Topping your consumer news ahead of the 4th, when it comes to brands that Americans feel are the most patriotic, Jeep still rules the road, and Disney isn't far behind.
Jeep ranked first in the annual Most Patriotic Brands in America survey, marking the 22nd consecutive year that Jeep came out on top.
Now, Disney claimed the second spot, not on the road, but that second spot in a row, which could be seen somewhat surprising in light of its clashes with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
The Federal Trade Commission is reportedly preparing a major antitrust lawsuit against Amazon. According to documents viewed by Bloomberg, the upcoming suit accuses the online retailer of strong-arming third-party merchants into using its optional features, such as Amazon's shipping and packaging service.
The FTC has already filed 3 separate lawsuits against Amazon this year. Most recent happening just last week when the agency accused Amazon of deceptive practices related to its subscription services.
We are dealing with a code red air quality alert right now that's expected to move into a code orange air quality alert later today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the skies are going to clear up in that full Weather Authority forecast.
Recreational marijuana becomes legal across the state starting tomorrow. Just ahead, the warning from Baltimore County Police and why they say it's going to make Maryland roads more dangerous. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are waking up yet again under a code red air quality alert in our region.
And taking you live over Towson and the Inner Harbor, where the smoke from the Canadian wildfires continues to blanket the state.
However, this will be an improvement from yesterday as the day continues. We're expecting to have the code orange later this afternoon. Fingers crossed. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, June 30th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers. And because of all that smoke in the air, we want to go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and look at the forecast.
Problem is no wind, guys. It's that stagnant air. You know that. And all that smoke kind of settling in from yesterday overnight and even into this morning, which is why it looks like this when we look out in 695 in the Towson region. So I'd stay indoors if you can, especially this morning. We have that unhealthy air quality that's right now in our region, not only Baltimore City and County, but most of the 95 corridor out toward the east and to the south. It is a little bit better, and we will see an improvement today. So the code orange air quality alert for all of us, which means unhealthy for sensitive groups on your Friday afternoon. Now, here's a look at your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we're good to go with mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours, lower 70s through 9 a.m. Keep that recirculate button on the AC and have that AC in instead of the windows down this morning because you want to keep that smoke out of your car. Upper 80s for your highs today and tomorrow. We'll see that chance for a couple of pop-up storms starting tomorrow afternoon and into Sunday. So we get more into kind of a stormy weather pattern as we head into the first weekend of July. We'll take a closer look at how long that will last as we get into the actual 4th next Tuesday coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Continuing coverage in a city in crisis as Baltimore faces vacancies in many key positions.
Today is the last day for the Department of Public Works Director and the Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down weeks ago.
Those departments will be 3 of many without permanent leaders.
And some of the city's top jobs are vacant, but we are learning those jobs are not always open to every possible candidate.
Since Police Commissioner Harrison resigned 3 weeks ago, the city has failed to publicly post the position on the city's job site, which Richard Vatz, a retired Towson professor, says is concerning.
When you don't do a search, you're saying that what we've got right here is certainly sufficient. But, you know, the fact is that Baltimore is still a very violent place.
When the city searched for a police commissioner 4 years ago, it used a 4-page job description to attract candidates from all across the country. This time, Mayor Scott wasted no time announcing Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley would be his nominee to replace former Commissioner Harrison. Even on the city's job board today, you will find more than 180 open jobs in city government, from health commissioner to the public works director, but you won't find a posting for the police commissioner or director of the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, or MONSE.
Well, the mayor's office has responded to our questions about the city's closed job search, and it reads, quote, "The goal has always been to hand the reins to one of Baltimore's own. There will be a robust community engagement plan implemented once acting Commissioner Worley moves into the official confirmation process," end quote. However, Vatz insists that the mayor's decision is too little too late.
Happening tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state for adults 21 and older, and police predict that's going to create some new dangers on Maryland roads.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with their efforts to keep you safe and a warning for cannabis-impaired drivers. Shannon.
Yeah, that warning from police, Megan, is to know your limits and know the risks, especially when you're out at least 6 to 7 hours after consuming cannabis to drive. But if you do choose to get behind the wheel, Baltimore County Police have long been prepared to recognize the signs and symptoms of cannabis impairment, and they say their officers will be out in force looking for and arresting intoxicated drivers.
Just don't drive. And if you do decide to drive, we're there looking for you. You know, and we're going to do our best to find you and get you off the roadways. And if you're feeling different, you will drive different. So don't get behind the wheel.
Well, that was Sergeant Tom Morehouse there. He is one of the top drug recognition experts in the state, managing Baltimore County Police's DRE program. He expects a tidal wave of impaired drivers on Maryland roads come July. In fact, in Baltimore County, he says the number of calls for drug recognition experts like him have already been increasing before July 1st even hits. And keep in mind, Morehouse and other DREs play a crucial role in the state's DUI enforcement. They're the ones that are called to evaluate when an arrest is made for impairment that's not alcohol related. But look at this. For the entire state of Maryland, there are just 190 drug recognition experts. State police and Baltimore County Police, the two agencies totaling the highest number of DREs with 30 and 29 respectively. Meanwhile, in Anne Arundel County, there's 16, Howard County 12, and Baltimore City just 5. So it is absolutely crucial that you do your part, get a DD if you're planning to use. And for those that are out on the road, if you spot someone driving and it looks unsafe, be sure you keep a good distance behind them and call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shen. If you decide to use marijuana for the first time after it becomes legal tomorrow, there are a few things experts want you to keep in mind.
If you use cannabis products, particularly edibles, you should lock them up. Make sure your kids and pets can't get to them.
As you just heard Shannon, police also warning against driving while high. It's illegal, just like driving drunk.
And if you're taking edibles, start slowly. Experts recommend taking half a dose and waiting a while because it's not an instant effect, and see how it makes you feel before you take more. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of stories as Maryland gets ready to legalize recreational marijuana this weekend. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to read more.
Shootings, murders down in Baltimore so far this year. Coming up, a federal prosecutor shares how the strategy that took down America's most infamous gangster, Al Capone, could be helping on local streets.
But first, the 4th of July is just days away, but the air quality could impact your travel plans. Just ahead from our live center, why authorities are advising people to stay inside.
And this morning, we are tracking a change over to code orange air quality as we head into the holiday weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how this may impact your weekend plans. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Thunderstorms crept through parts of Maine Thursday evening. The slow-moving system dropped torrents of rain north of Portland. The town of Jay was slammed. Meteorologist Charlie Lopresti says radar estimates about 6 inches of rain fell there in only 3 hours, which led to closures due to washed-out streets and buckled roads.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
As the 4th of July holiday weekend gets underway, air quality advisories across the country threaten to upend plans.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with why authorities are advising many to just stay indoors. Taylor?
That's right. That goes for us here, too, in the DMV region. A live look now over Washington, D.C., where a code red air quality alert is in place. Now, get this. Right now, D.C. is ranked 3rd worst in the world in terms of air quality, but concerns are impacting more than 100 million Americans who plan to travel for this 4th of July weekend. And that spans from northern Illinois all the way to the coast. A live look now at New York, where already the city is deemed to be in an unhealthy to breathe range. Governor Kathy Hochul issued a statewide air advisory through the end of today. All of that due to smoke from wildfires in Canada. Well, let's see how we shape up here in Baltimore. Taking a look at how your air quality shapes up, unhealthy. That is as of 5 a.m. this morning. Today, it's unhealthy for sensitive groups. We'll continue to monitor this as it continues throughout the weekend.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Police say a robbery at a downtown business turned violent when employees fought back. What you need to know about the case in today's Maryland's Most Wanted. And 5 cases of malaria found in the U.S. in the past 2 months. In our next hour, a doctor weighs in on whether we should be worried here in Maryland. It is 6:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
.644, the annual gas tax hike, which will be 10%, takes place tomorrow. It brings tax to 47 cents per gallon. The tax hike equals an increase of just over 4 cents per gallon. Despite concerns about the tax, the Democratic majority in Annapolis made no changes this year. Taxes primarily go to public transportation projects, not roads. Governor Wes Moore signaled he wants that to change.
Happening today, the Baltimore City Fire Department will hold a news conference to review fire safety measures ahead of the 4th of July. The department wants to go over the dangers of using illegal fireworks and injuries that people can suffer from them.
A man is dead this morning following a shootout with police near Patterson Park.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the details on yesterday's shooting in southeast Baltimore. Shannon.
Well, as for what's next, Megan, we know the Attorney General's office is now taking over this case because this was an officer-involved shooting. That suspect, we're learning, is a 40-year-old man. He was killed on scene, shot, after police say he first opened fire at them. This all happened yesterday evening, not far from Patterson Park. Fortunately, no police officers were hurt during this incident. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to hear more about how this all played out, plus hear why the acting police commissioner is now praising officers for the way they handled this situation. Now back to you.
Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron touting the success of his Al Capone method for going after criminals.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning. Olivia, what is he attributing the progress to?
Yeah, so U.S. Attorney Barron says his office is getting creative when it comes to going after the most violent offenders right here in Baltimore. And actually the numbers here show that they're going in the right direction. Halfway through 2023, and homicides are down 22%. Non-fatal shootings reduced by almost 13%. Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron says it's because of the Al Capone model of prosecution he announced in August last year, which includes going after violent offenders in an unconventional way. He wants criminals to know his office isn't stopping. Coming up in about 15 minutes, I'll tell you about some of the other strategies his office is using to tackle crime. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. We are seeing a code red to wake up with here in our region, hoping things start to improve as that smoke from the Canadian wildfires moves out.
Yeah, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the transition, hopefully from red to orange.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at for today, guys. And we got to keep our fingers crossed and we get some wind to help kind of move this smoke out of here. You can barely see that sun, but it is now up from our Towson camera. And again, the overnight conditions with the fact that we didn't have any wind, that wind right there at 0, all of that smoke kind of settling in. Our temperature right at 64 in Towson at this time. We're still in the unhealthy air quality for most of us in the region here, up and down the 95 corridor for Baltimore City and County, up into Harford and Cecil counties, up into Carroll County as well. So all of the areas in red still under that unhealthy category. And obviously, we've been talking about these fires that are burning across the entire country of Canada on the East Coast and the West Coast. We're getting mainly the influence from the East Coast fires, but there's more than 480 fires burning in the country of Canada right now. And some 800 miles away, these fires are, at least the closest ones to us. So you can see just how long that smoke has to travel. But blanket in the East Coast, they're saying they're not going to get these fires under control or have any kind of containment on them until potentially August. So we've got a ways to go. Our code orange air quality alert is for the entire state today. So even though we're red right now, we are going to shift back into the orange, which will be the unhealthy for sensitive groups. And still not going to be a good day to be outdoors because all of us dealing with that unhealthy air. 142 on the AQI is what we're looking for today. But Saturday and Sunday, we're looking at some market improvement with temperatures, or excuse me, with moderate air quality readings expected both Saturday and Sunday. Now, some of that is because we'll get a little south and southeasterly wind for the afternoon. This is our future scan through 4 o'clock, picking up a little bit of that south wind. And that's going to help to move that smoke back to the north, and we'll keep that trend going into Saturday as well. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, enjoy some coffee and breakfast, mid to upper 60s and lower 70s through about 9 a.m. And heading out to Camden Yards, of course, we got the O's back for their last 3 games in town before they head out on the road. So 78 here in the 10 o'clock hour on your day planner, mid to upper 80s through about 2 p.m. And as you're starting to tailgate and get ready for the game there at Pickles this afternoon, we're talking about numbers in the mid 80s through 5 p.m. We'll top out in the mid to upper 80s for your highs today. So those numbers a little warmer than yesterday. Those upper 80s continue up and down the East Coast in the 95 corridor, mid 70s down the ocean. And if you are heading to the beach for the weekend, we know a lot of people head down for the holiday weekend. Today, a little hazy, but Saturday and Sunday, we are bringing that chance for a couple of pop-up showers and thunderstorms each afternoon. And that water temperature right about 70 degrees. Floppy hat night tonight, yeah, as the O's take on the Twins. So lower 80s for that first pitch at 7:05. They actually had to delay a game in San Diego yesterday at Petco Park because of the air quality. So hopefully we'll be able to get the game in tonight. We may see a stray pop-up shower storm today, but really tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, those are going to be the afternoons and evenings where we'll have a better chance of those isolated thunderstorms. We do look to dry out as we head toward the 4th on Tuesday next week.
So caught on camera here, what you're looking at there was an American tourist who will tell you is in good health this morning after plunging off the railing of the 10th deck of a Royal Caribbean cruise ship.
Now, passengers were watching in horror as the woman plummeted off that 10th deck. Gasps of horror soon turned to cheers when the U.S. Coast Guard made the rescue after she was in the water for about 45 minutes.
Tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland. Topping our next half hour, what police are predicting will happen on the roads.
A legal fight against BGE's gas regulator project continues. Fox 45 News looking into the impact the project will have on you and how much it will cost all BGE customers.
But first, we're electrifying this Friday morning.
Oh, well done. It's time for a coffee break. A man targets a downtown Baltimore business, the robbery taking a violent turn when investigators say the employees fight back. Here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this man, Angelo Robinson, was armed and ready to use force when he robbed a store in downtown Baltimore. But what he didn't anticipate, investigators believe, is the employees fighting back. Now he's on the run, and the U.S. Marshal Service needs your help tracking him down. October 29th, 2022, downtown Baltimore. Investigators say the Urban Outlet, a popular clothing store, had just opened for the day when in walked this man, identified as Angelo Robinson. Employees immediately noticing he's not your average customer.
He took a bag with him and he decided to put several objects into his own personal bag.
Investigators say Robinson starts putting apparel into his bag. A female employee approaches him. The situation quickly escalating.
He confronted them with pepper spray.
Investigators say Robinson starts pepper spraying the employee.
She ducks behind a coat rack for cover.
And that's when a male coworker jumps in.
She called out to the other employees.
The two men struggle. Robinson, investigators say, manages to free himself and run out of the store, but not without leaving behind a key piece of evidence.
His bag was left at the scene.
A bag that investigators say contained Robinson's ID.
They pull the closed-circuit television cameras, and they make a positive identification of this individual.
Robinson, investigators say, is known to law enforcement.
He has a history of aggravated assault, theft, robbery, and CDS possession.
But leads to his whereabouts have run dry. The U.S. Marshal Service now joining the search.
People are often quick to point out that these are property thefts, right? They're crimes against businesses. But every business employs citizens of the community. And so people count on these businesses to thrive. They count on these businesses to provide a paycheck that ultimately supports their family. So whenever these individuals engage in criminal conduct that hurts the bottom line, they ultimately affect the lives of every citizen in the community.
Take a good look. Robinson, 33 years old, stands at about 5'3" and weighs approximately 140 pounds. Investigators do believe he's likely still in the Baltimore region. So if you have any information concerning his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
We won the battle, but the war is still to be fought.
Right now, a temporary restraining order is in effect against BGE. A Baltimore court has ordered the utility company to stop installing gas regulators outside of homes and turn service back on for those who have refused the new regulators. The controversy started 1 week ago when 3 residents were arrested for standing in the way of BGE crews in Federal Hill.
Some residents say the project is not needed, and they fear the work is causing damage to historic streets and homes in the city. Attorney Thuru Vignaraja, you just heard, represents the residents fighting against BGE's fleet of new gas regulators. One of their main arguments, they don't want to pay for the project they feel is not necessary. BGE's website claims, quote, the gas service work incurs no additional cost to customers. But some residents are skeptical.
Well, BGE told FOX45 that the cost is covered by either the stride surcharge or the company's multi-year plan, which, according to their website, could lead to rate hikes up to an extra $16 per month for customers. BGE says the price eliminates the safety hazards of indoor installation, and a back-and-forth debate is now scheduled to play out in court.
Fox 45 News will continue to cover the BGE controversy as the homeowners' lawsuit against the utility company moves through the justice system. You can follow along on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
An officer-involved shooting ends with a suspect dead. Just ahead, why the acting police commissioner is now praising responding officers and what's next in this investigation.
Maryland's U.S. attorney says his strategy for going after violent offenders in Baltimore is working. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at what the data's showing.
We still have smoky skies here to start your Friday morning, but we are looking for some improvement in our air quality. We'll break it down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you for waking up with us on this Friday, June 30th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and still a lot of smoke out there as you wake up and look out the window this morning.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about how we're going from code red to code orange, hopefully.
Yeah, later today, that's what we're expecting, guys. But yeah, you can smell it in the air. A lot of us coughing. We have, problems out there breathing. And then folks who have problems breathing anyway are having to deal with just a heightened situation with all of this smoke that continues to linger. Now, the sun is up, and we are expecting the wind to pick up up a little bit later today, but right now with no wind, all of that smoke is literally just kind of hanging around. So we actually still have this red area for most of us in Baltimore City and County, up into Harford County, in that unhealthy air quality. That AQI is above 150, so that puts it in that unhealthy air quality category. Smoke in the air for Friday. We are going to be back to a code orange for most of the state here. In fact, the entire state under that code orange air quality alert for later this afternoon. That's for the sensitive groups here dealing with the smoky air. But probably still want to do some exercise indoors here the next couple of hours. I know it feels nice with temperatures in the 60s and 70s to be outside. Just have to deal with all of that smoke that's out there as well. 88 today, 71 tonight. Same number for you tomorrow for your highs. We do bring a better chance of a couple of pop-up storms for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you can see it, the S-turn right there, 95 south. We had some cameras showing that there was vehicles on the right shoulder and also in the median, and the two middle lanes are the only things getting by. So you're backed up all the way past, all the way up to, well, exit, looks like Eastern Avenue, well past Eastern Avenue. You're backed up there because of this 2 to 3 vehicle accident along 95 southbound.
Breaking news overnight. Homicide detectives are investigating after a man was shot and killed around 10:20 last night. This happened on Pennsylvania Avenue right across from the Capitol Lounge restaurant.
Officers arriving at the scene found a 39-year-old man who was suffering from life-threatening gunshot wounds. Medics transported him to shock trauma, and they say despite the life-saving measures, he was pronounced dead a short time later.
If you know anything about the incident, you're asked to call homicide detectives. The number on your screen, 410-396-2100. If you wish to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
You gotta do the thing yourself. Stop the crossfire now.
We have a police involved discharging.
Chaotic moments over the Baltimore police scanner there. A man is dead this morning following a shootout with police right near Patterson Park.
Started when officers spotted a man wanted on a police warrant. When he attempted to flee, his vehicle broke down. He then began firing at police, striking a patrol vehicle.
This morning, we're taking a look at the crime around the state and how it's being handled with our live team coverage.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a look at why Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron is touting success of the Al Capone method of going after violent criminals.
But first, we begin with Shannon Lilly, and she's joining us live with the deadly officer-involved shooting in southeast Baltimore. Shannon.
Well, as for what's next in this case, Megan, we know that the Attorney General's office is going to be taking over the investigating because this was an officer-involved shooting. That exchange of gunfire all erupting yesterday evening around 5:30, not far from Patterson Park. And afterward, we heard from the acting police commissioner, Rich Worley, and he was commending the responding officers for their bravery, saying this suspect opened fire on them.
Again, the bravery of our men and women going out here every single day and addressing the criminals in the city to keep the city safe. I can't be more proud of what they do every single day.
But let's rewind a bit. This all starting as a seemingly quiet afternoon, soon devolving into chaos. Officers spotting and recognizing a man wanted on a police warrant along Milton Avenue. The man attempting to run until his car broke down near Fairmont Avenue. The suspect then firing an automatic weapon, hitting a police car. Officers return fire and the suspect dies on scene. In fact, this video posted to the Citizen app that we've blurred showed a body on Milton Avenue just a block from Patterson Park. And that 40-year-old suspect that was killed, we're learning, not only had a handgun, but also an assault rifle with a fully loaded magazine, according to police. But fortunately, no officers were hurt during this incident. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The recent police-involved shooting is the second one in the city just this year. The acting commissioner says the consent decree monitors are being notified. Just about a month ago, BPD releasing body cam footage of an officer shooting of an armed 17-year-old. Around that same time, then Commissioner Harrison praising officers for taking guns off the streets without shooting anyone.
We took 2,400 guns, 2,600 guns plus off the streets last year with more than 1,600 arrests. Not one of them resulted in a police-involved shooting. Not one.
When it comes to Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron, less than a year after he announced his Al Capone method of going after violent criminals, he's touting its success. Team coverage continues right now with Olivia Dans, who has more on what he's attributing his progress to. Olivia?
Tom, U.S. Attorney Barron says his office is getting creative when it comes to going after the most violent offenders right here in Baltimore. And actually, the crime numbers in the city seem to be going in the right direction. Halfway through 2023, and homicides are down 22%. Non-fatal shootings reduced by almost 13%. Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron says it's because of the Al Capone model of prosecution he announced in August last year, which includes going after violent offenders in an unconventional way. He wants criminals to know his office isn't stopping.
For those who are doing violence in our communities, we're serious about giving you a break from the community and getting you help within the confines of a federal correctional facility.
His office is also looking at fraud with the federal COVID relief plan, helping to create a CARES Act strike force, looking through evidence and finding people charged with CARES fraud also have ghost guns. With the help of state funding since September 2022, 30 people have been indicted for federal gun crimes, including 10 people charged with having a gun too close to a school. Barron says beyond enforcement, collaboration with community organizations like ROCA are helping to save lives. While the strategy seems successful, Barron warns that if funding or community collaboration changes, progress may be lost. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The busiest travel day of the 4th of July holiday weekend is here.
And AAA is projecting record-breaking travel numbers, but not without headaches. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what to expect. Taylor.
Well, that's right, you guys. A live look now in Hollywood, Florida at the beach as many travelers head to the beach or some body of water this holiday weekend. But according to AAA, today could be the busiest day on record for flyers with more than 282 million passengers. And that could come with some disruption. Since Monday, there have already been 30,000 flights that have been delayed and over 10,000 canceled. Live look now at flight tracking website FlightAware. It'll show you we're already starting to stack up those delays. 13,000 delays across the U.S. today, 764 cancellations. That's up from the last hour. Take a listen to what folks are experiencing at the airports.
Friday is going to be our busiest day, both here and nationwide.
Well, I was supposed to be in Milwaukee yesterday, and I'm in Green Bay today.
We were late leaving, probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and then Chicago, it was another hour or so.
So why all the travel woes? Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg blames bad weather, but Texas Senator Ted Cruz is calling out the FAA. Take a look at these tweets. We're actively dealing with heavy air traffic and flight disruptions triggered by storms across the East Coast and Midwest. That is Secretary Pete Buttigieg. But that's not the case for Senator Ted Cruz. He is saying DOT is blaming the weather, but in reality, they've known since March it does not have the controllers to handle air traffic in the Northeast. Another live look here as travel gets underway in Reagan National Airport. Oh, just closed out on us. Oh, well, it was there literally 2 seconds ago, but we're already seeing busy airports across the country in places like Atlanta and Dallas-Fort Worth. They may have to worry about storms on the 4th. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center.
All right, thank you, Taylor. And let's get another check of our forecast, too.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Still a lot of fog, and actually not fog, smoke out there.
Yeah, the smoke does continue, Meg. Tom, good morning to both of you. Good news is we're not tracking any major thunderstorms for us here today. However, we could see a couple of storms as we get into your holiday weekend, so just be aware of that. But right now over our downtown Baltimore camera, you can see our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. Barely can see the sun right there with the smoky skies that we're continuing to see. Lower 60s for Oakland and Cumberland, upper 60s and lower 70s for a lot of us along the Chesapeake here from Baltimore up to Bel Air, up to Westminster. As Mr. Bowe says, we're good to go, 60s and lower 70s, but probably want the AC on with that recirculate button. It's a little one that has the arrows around your car. I would use that instead of having all that smoke coming in to your to your car while you're driving. I was going to say cockpit, but that's a different kind of a car. So upper 80s here for your highs today. We will see warmer afternoon temperatures. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. On the cars, on the road, Tom, there's no planes on the road, right? I hope.
Not that I can see in any of our cameras right now, but there is a major issue right now. Len Stoller Traffic Network, 95 southbound, and you can see it. This is taking place, though, and it's happening right near Eastern Boulevard. It's right at the S turn, if you know that, around here near O'Donnell, and in between Eastern and O'Donnell, and it's southbound. There's 3 or 4 vehicles involved. They're not telling us exactly how many, but according to some of the cameras, you can see them. They're only lanes getting by are the middle 2. So your median and your left lane and your right lanes are not getting through because of vehicles on both sides of the highway.
Tomorrow, Maryland becomes the 24th state to sell recreational marijuana. After the break, what this means for you when it comes to the major laws surrounding purchasing.
And today marks the last day for 2 key leaders in Baltimore. Just ahead, the worries about who will now take over DPW and Monzi. 7:10 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .13 happening tomorrow. Saturday, Maryland becomes the 24th state to sell recreational marijuana, and state-certified dispensaries are ready to welcome recreational customers. But what are the major laws surrounding these purchases? Joining us now, partner with EN Lawyers attorney Jeremy Eldridge. Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure. It seems like it starts building where it's like, okay, well, same thing with alcohol. 21 and older, you have to have an ID, and you could purchase these, whether it's from out of state or in state.
Well, in state, we're simply going to see the transition from places that are medical dispensaries be able to use that license in order to sell recreational marijuana. We've already seen Marylanders be able to go to other states and purchase marijuana. It was just a question of they were able to transport it back to Maryland, how much, and they can use it. So now it will be safe for Marylanders to visit these stores, to purchase marijuana, but I think we're going to be heading towards some interesting zoning regulations about where you can smoke marijuana.
Yeah, that's we've seen in the other 23 states, plus D.C. and some territories, there is zoning. That becomes the biggest issue. Another one, though, is what you had mentioned, Marylanders going to another state where it's legal and then transporting that marijuana back here. The same thing applies now for states surrounding us. If they come to Maryland and purchase it, aren't they breaking federal law by transporting it across the border?
They certainly may be, except the federal government has seemed disinterested with stopping what I would call the consumer trafficking. We're still seeing the federal government and even local enforcement involved in the stopping of large shipments of marijuana, 60 pounds, 100 pounds, 300 pounds. And those matters are still being prosecuted locally, and you can expect to see that continue.
Yeah, the Department of Justice put out an issue saying that about the other 23 states that have done it. Really, even the northern and southern borders of the U.S., it's a lot limited and less. However, there are people saying that accidents are rising in those states where cannabis is legal and that you're seeing more fatalities, also 4% across the board in the states that have now legalized it.
There certainly have been studies that show there's a correlation between allowing marijuana to be legalized or decriminalized, and then an uptick in DWI and DUI. One of the interesting non-factors that's discussed, there was also an increase in population in those states, because once those states allowed for marijuana to be legalized, we also saw an incredible uptick in population density, like we've seen in places like Denver, Colorado. So I'm not so sure that that statistic is spot on yet, but it's certainly something to pay attention to.
Oh, great point. Well, with the EN Lawyers, attorney Jeremy Eldridge, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, 7:16 now on this Friday morning. We need to get another check of our smoky forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Unhealthy air quality again today, but it's getting better, hopefully, by the end of the day.
Yeah, we're hoping the next couple of hours, guys, when we start to get that wind picking up, we will get out of the unhealthy category and be back into a code orange, which is still unhealthy for sensitive groups, but below that 150 mark on the AQI, the air quality index. So, Towson, this is what it looks like, and this is what we saw most of yesterday, where you could barely even see that visibility was reduced. Wasn't even a good day for pilots to fly, as we had a lot of IFR conditions simply for the haze and that reduced visibility. You can see the unhealthy air quality right here in the red. Some of you out toward the eastern shore and south toward D.C. are back into the orange. When you pull out a little bit farther, you can actually see a lot of the red there for western PA, western Maryland as well. Again, those are all in the unhealthy categories right now, that current air quality index. And this is all from those Canadian wildfires, that upper level wind continuing to bring all of that smoke in and blanket the East Coast. So we know that we are not alone here. Obviously, the Midwest, even the West Coast, dealing with a lot of this wildfire smoke. Code orange air quality alert. That's what we're looking for today across the state. So that will be back into that 101 to 150 AQI. And that's unhealthy for the sensitive group. So either way, all of us are going to have to deal with the smoky conditions for the afternoon. But finally, some improvement. Saturday and Sunday, we should get back into the moderate category for those AQI numbers. And here's one of the reasons is we're going to see some south and southeasterly wind today. That's going to pick up a little bit later this afternoon, about 10 to 15 to 20 miles an hour. That's going to help to push some of that smoke back out of here. And we'll keep that trend going on Saturday as well, with more of that southerly flow helping to kind of move some of that smoke out. Here's a look at our future smoke graphic, and notice some improvement, especially in western Maryland through about noon today. Still going to see a few of those smoky conditions into the 5 and 6 o'clock hour tonight. Overnight, when the wind starts to die down, smoke settles back in, so we'll wake up smoky on Saturday, but should see some improvement by Saturday afternoon. As boaters and watermen get out there on the water today, ahoy! On your captain's cast, south wind about 5 to 10 knots today. Waves about a foot or less. That low tide at 12:05, and high tide coming back in about 4:25 this afternoon. So just know it's still going to be smoky no matter what we do outside. A lot of us in the mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Those numbers a little warmer than yesterday. We'll keep those mid to upper 80s up and down the the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Heading down the ocean, 76 in Ocean City today. Now, we do bring that chance of storms late tonight, a few showers and pop-up storms. Hopefully we can get the O's game in tonight. Isolated thunderstorms Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then we do look to be a little bit drier for the 4th next week, which is Tuesday.
Thank you, Justin. Trending now, Amazon could be facing a major antitrust lawsuit from the federal agency over its online business practices. Reports show the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, is planning to file the lawsuit against Amazon for customers who use Amazon's online marketplace to buy and sell goods. FTC's suit could allege that Amazon rewards online merchants using its logistics services while punishing vendors who use other similar services. An FTC investigation going back to 2019 questions how using Amazon's warehousing and delivery services and boxes impact third-party seller products and their placements in its online marketplace.
Some advertisers are demanding refunds after they claim YouTube has violated its own terms of service. A recent report accuses YouTube of, quote, misleading its advertisers, and that includes Fortune 500 companies, small businesses, and government agencies. YouTube, which is owned by Google, also shows ads on third-party website and apps claiming it's the same ad experience offered on its platform. The report says advertisers have lost billions of dollars because viewers can still avoid ads without skipping them. Tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland. Topping our next half hour, what police are predicting will happen on the roads.
Summer sounds at Belvedere Square. Tonight, music, food, fun is going down at Belvedere Square. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Music's get you going, and summer sounds back at the square once again this year. Belvedere Square transforming an outdoor music space. Every Friday, families can enjoy their concerts.
Mark Clark performing live at Belvedere Square this morning. So Baltimore, Mark, that was pretty good there. Well done.
I think we need to copyright that. Summertime at Belvedere. Okay, anyway. All right, so he's as cool as a cucumber, guys. You wouldn't know he's expecting over 1,000 people tonight. And so, Max, how do you keep so cool, and tell us what's going down tonight?
You know, I'm not really sure, but it's all I've been talking about for a few weeks now. We have Summer Sounds at Belvedere Square starting tonight from 6 to 9 p.m. We've got Mambo Combo in the square doing salsa music. We will have burgers, hot dogs on our brioche rolls, as well as margaritas, south sides, Sunshine and Flowers, which is a collaboration cocktail with Baltimore Spirit Company that's really fun for summer, as well as Our House Sangria, which is super popular.
Well, you know what, guys? I know why he's so cool, guys. He went to school with our own Sophie, so that's why he's so cool. A great evening plan tonight. We'll tell you all about it this morning. Of course, Tom, we're going to have the food and drinks, baby. It's coming up.
We knew it right there, yeah.
No surprise.
Great place. Great venue outdoors, too.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We're now code red air quality this morning. Just ahead, we're tracking some storms that could move in and lower us to a code orange here in just a little bit.
Recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state starting tomorrow. Just ahead, the warning from Baltimore County Police and why they say it may make Maryland roads more dangerous. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Friday, June 30th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. A big weekend ahead. A lot of you may be celebrating the 4th, going to some parades or any kind of carnivals or anything that's going on out there. So we need to find out about the weather.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers. We're not in weather alert, but still code red air quality this morning.
Yeah, and hopefully it gets better. Tom, where are you emceeing? Is it Sunday?
Sunday night at 6, the parade, Hereford Parade, and then the fireworks follow. Yeah.
Love that. All right, good stuff. A lot of great things going on. this weekend. And yeah, we hope to get better air quality. And we do look to see in our forecast that Saturday and Sunday we will have a better air quality than what we're dealing with right now. Yeah, and as we mentioned, still in the code red in terms of our air quality alert. You can see all of that smoke out there, so still unhealthy for pretty much all of us. In fact, our temperatures are not bad. I'd love to say just hang out outside this morning because got lower 60s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 67 in Baltimore City, right at 70 for you in Dundalk. But again, you can see that unhealthy air quality, that red that is right over most of Baltimore County, northern Carroll County, and into parts of Harford County as well. So we are expecting a code orange later today, so we'll see that wind start to pick up in a little bit. Overall, though, still do your exercises this morning inside and just get the dog out quickly before you bring them back in. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about those showers that are also in play for the holiday weekend coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, looking at our Lens Solar traffic network here, we've got 3 lanes still blocked. This is 95 southbound. Taking a live look at that situation out there, guys. It is not pretty. We are at a standstill out there right now. On the map, on the right-hand side there, you can see how far this extends. The red highlighted right there. Something to keep in mind. Avoid this area if you can. Continuing coverage now in a city in crisis as Baltimore is facing vacancies in many key positions.
Well, today is the last day for the Department of Public Works Director and Director of Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down weeks ago.
Those departments will be 3 of many without permanent leaders. Olivia Dance joining us now. She has more on the vacancies and the city's job search. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Some of the city's top jobs are vacant, but now we're learning that those positions aren't always open to every possible candidate. Since Police Commissioner Michael Harrison resigned 3 weeks ago, the city has failed to publicly post the position on the city's job site. Richard Vatz, a retired Towson professor, says that's concerning.
When you don't do a search, you're saying that what we've got right here is certainly sufficient. But, you know, the fact is that Baltimore is still a very violent place.
When the city searched for a police commissioner 4 years ago, it used a 4-page job description to attract candidates from all across the country. This time, Mayor Scott quickly announced Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley would be his nominee to replace former Commissioner Harrison. Even on the city's job board today, you will find more than 180 open jobs in city government, from the health commissioner to the public works director, but you won't find a posting for the police commissioner or the director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE. And today is the last day for the director of MONSE. The agency already has a current staff member as the new acting director. Back to you.
Olivia, has the mayor's office responded to any of the questions or concerns about the city's closed job search?
Yeah, Megan, so his office actually sent us a statement, and I'll pull it up now. It says in part, quote, "The goal has always been to hand the reins to one of Baltimore's own. There will be a robust community engagement plan implemented once acting Commissioner Worley moves into the official confirmation process," end quote. But Richard Vatz says that the mayor's decision is too little, too late. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Starting tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state for adults 21 and older.
Police are predicting that it's going to create some new dangers on Maryland Road. Shannon Lilly joining us live with their effort to keep you safe and a warning for cannabis-impaired drivers. Shannon.
Well, the research predicts when recreational marijuana becomes legal across the state, about 10% of Maryland's adults will purchase it through the legal market. And so with more people lighting up, that also likely means more people will be choosing to get behind the wheel and hitting the roads after they do so. As the state barrels toward July 1st and the legalization of recreational marijuana, the groundwork for Baltimore County Police,
the tip of your nose with the tip of your finger,
long underway.
You can start.
To recognize signs and symptoms of people under the influence of cannabis, too high to drive.
Keep your head straight and just follow the tip of the pen.
But preparations and plans,
it's going to be a tidal wave,
likely won't compare to the tsunami of impaired drivers police anticipate on the roadways come July.
There's going to be so many of them but so few of us.
Sergeant Tom Morehouse is one of the top drug recognition experts in the state, managing Baltimore County Police's DRE program.
Do you think that come July 1st, Maryland roads get more dangerous?
Absolutely. And there's research to show that.
That research he's referring to? A 2021 study done by the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area program showing a 138% increase in traffic deaths where drivers tested positive for marijuana since the legalization of recreational cannabis in Colorado. Closer to home,
That relaxed attitude and that attitude that, or that belief that it's already legal, I think that's a big part of it.
Sergeant Morehouse says in Baltimore County, the number of calls for drug recognition experts like him also are increasing before July 1st even hits, with more than 70 evaluations so far this year, compared to last year's 40 to 50 at this time. And keep in mind, Morehouse and other DREs play a crucial role in the state's DUI enforcement. They're the ones that are called to evaluate when an arrest is made for impairment that's not alcohol related. But look at this. For the entire state of Maryland, there are just 190 drug recognition experts. State Police and Baltimore County Police, the two agencies totaling the highest number of DREs with 30 and 29 respectively. Meanwhile, in Anne Arundel County, there's 16. Howard County, 12. And Baltimore City, just 5. Despite those numbers,
We're going to be out there.
Sergeant Morehouse says officers will be out in force, looking for and arresting intoxicated drivers who aren't doing their part.
If you're feeling different, you will drive different. So don't get behind the wheel.
Now, as a starting point, Sergeant Morehouse recommends waiting 6 to 7 hours after consuming cannabis before you drive, or just get a designated driver. And if you are out on the roads and you see an unsafe driver, be sure you keep a good distance behind and call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Shannon, thank you. And Fox 45 News has compiled a list of stories as Maryland gets ready to legalize recreational marijuana tomorrow. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to read more.
Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, cannabis legalization expected to have a major impact on industry in the state of Maryland. An expert weighing in on how it could affect your tax dollars.
And for tens of millions of Americans, air quality alerts are casting a haze over the holiday weekend. The two U.S. cities among the worst in the world for air quality.
And this morning, we are tracking a code red air quality alert as we head into the holiday weekend. Our Weather Authority team and meteorologists are keeping you up to date all weekend long on when air quality conditions are expected to improve. 7:36 now, and you are watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. As the 4th of July holiday weekend gets underway, air quality advisories across the country threaten to upend plans.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with why authorities are advising many people to just stay indoors. Taylor?
That's right. Now, a live look here in Washington, D.C., where we are experiencing those same concerns. D.C. has a red alert in place for air quality. But get this. Right now, D.C. is ranked 3rd worst in the world for air quality across the board. But those concerns are impacting more than 100 million Americans who are under some sort of advisory this holiday weekend. It spans from the northern Illinois all the way to the East Coast. A live look now over New York City, where their city is in the unhealthy to breathe range. Governor Kathy Hochul issued a statewide advisory through the end of the day due to those smoke from wildfires in Canada. Seeing how we shape up here in Baltimore City, not much better. We've got some air quality concerns that we've been monitoring here for you. Right now, you can see that's in the unhealthy level, unhealthy for sensitive groups, rather. We're going to keep monitoring this and bring you the latest. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on those smoke concerns.
Yeah, and that's actually interesting, Taylor. We're going to get into that code orange later today for unhealthy for the sensitive groups, but we're above the 150 mark on that AQI, which you just showed us. That's the air quality index, and that means it's unhealthy for all of us right now. That's what it looks like here in Towson. The sun is up. We will see some improvement. In fact, we're already seeing some orange out here toward the eastern shore and moving up into the D.C. region. But we're still dealing with the unhealthy air quality right here at home in Baltimore. As we progress into the next couple of hours, we'll continue to see this smoke that is moving in and blanketing the East Coast from all of those wildfires. There are nearly 500 fires burning across Canada right now, and that's some 800 miles away, the closest fire to us. So you can see just how far away and how long that smoke travels to continue to blanket the East Coast. But as Taylor mentioned, parts of the Midwest, the West Coast, and pretty much a lot of folks in America dealing with this wildfire smoke. But here's the good news. We're going to be in that code orange today. Saturday and Sunday, we look to see moderate air quality, those levels coming back down for the particulate matter. That's what we basically track when you see that on that air quality index, the particulate matter that's in the air. We know there's a lot of smoke out there. On your out the door cast, maybe a mask again today. No jacket, no umbrella required, but definitely have those sunglasses, as that sun will be up, even though it will be hazy. We're talking about the need for the umbrella as we head into your holiday weekend. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. A new vaccine for older Americans could help prevent a dangerous virus. How the CDC is fighting RSV.
Malaria on the rise in the U.S., the first local spread in the past 2 decades. We'll let you know how you can stay safe and keep your family safe. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
We have a health alert for you this morning after 5 cases of malaria are found in the U.S. in just the past 2 months. 4 in Florida, 1 in Texas. And this is the first time there has been a local spread in 20 years. This morning, Dr. Andrea Berry, an infectious disease expert at the University of Maryland School of Medicine Center for Vaccine Development and Global Health, joining us live with whether we should be worried here in Maryland. Dr. Berry, good morning. Is there a concern here?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I would say that there's a public health concern, but there's not a concern for individuals in that these cases of malaria are rare and that we have public health tools to interrupt transmission and to stop it from spreading.
You know, you hear about cases, a handful of cases every year popping up from malaria. The first time in 20 years for a local spread. Why is that happening? How is that happening?
So it's not clear. It does happen every once in a while, as you said, not for 20 years. So basically, when malaria does happen in somebody who has not traveled somewhere, it's either because a mosquito, for example, hitchhiked on an airplane, or because somebody was infected and the mosquito bit that infected person and then had the whole parasite life cycle occur in the mosquito and then bit somebody else who never traveled. And so these could just be rare events, or there's some kind of situation in which there's more people who are infected and therefore more chances for the mosquitoes to bite them, or that there's something more favorable about those mosquitoes, like they bite more or there are more of them or something like that.
Is malaria only spread
random or something to something else?
Is malaria only spread through the mosquito bite, or can it go from person to person?
It cannot go from person to person. It is only spread through mosquito bites. There's an entire half of the parasite life cycle that takes place in the mosquito. And that is one reason that malaria is we're able to interrupt transmission, because of that necessary step of it occurring in the mosquito.
Very interesting. Advice for everyone here this summer. Obviously, mosquitoes are all over the place. Should we be doing anything different?
In general, I would advise to avoid mosquito bites. There are actually viruses that are carried by mosquitoes that can, in rare cases, cause diseases in humans. And those viruses in mosquitoes are around the Baltimore, Washington area. So wearing bug repellent and avoiding mosquito bites. And then if you have standing water outside your home, I would just eliminate those standing water. So don't keep buckets of water in your home, or even like little amounts of water that mosquitoes can breed in.
Some great advice and certainly clearing up some things for us. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Older Americans will soon be able to get new RSV shots. The CDC approving the new vaccines, which will be available this fall for Americans age 60 and over. RSV is a common cause of cold-like symptoms, but it can be dangerous for infants and the elderly. Older adults with chronic heart or lung disease, weakened immune system, and those living in long-term care facilities are at a higher risk for respiratory infection. Some vaccines are more difficult to come by, though. Although drugs approved a decade ago can cure hepatitis C, one study shows most infected Americans still cannot get them. Sold as pills, they can cure up to 95% of patients. But a study that tracked Americans diagnosed with hep C in the past decade showed as little as 1 in 3 were cured, because people were often unable to afford the highly effective drugs. Course of treatment costs about $24,000. Too expensive for many insurance plans and individuals, which means many go without the potential life-saving medication.
All right, 7:49, and it is time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast for us, and he's brought some...
Well, you guys, you know the calendar, right? Think about the calendar, right? January is up here, and June's down here. So this is June, and then tomorrow we'll go back up to the other side. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, when it's like,
yeah,
I do what you mean. I know what you mean.
That's what I was trying to illustrate with this. I was like, you know those calendars? It's January,
it's all on
June,
one page.
and then now
Some
tomorrow.
might say it's a little boring the way that you presented that.
What's that?
You're bored? Are you bored over there? What's going on?
Slightly.
It's a new month tomorrow.
It is a new month. Yeah, exactly right. The second half of the year. That's what I was trying to illustrate with that. So, anyway, let's take a look outside.
That was good.
I do what I can. Sometimes I like to bring props or find them around here. There's a lot of stuff around this building. A lot of things. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam looking out over the Inner Harbor. Yeah, just unfortunately, That haze, the smoke, it's sticking around literally, and we don't have any wind. In fact, no wind to speak of. 67 your current temperature at BWI, 87% humidity. Overall, I would say this would be a nice morning to kind of hang out on the front porch and enjoy some coffee. But look, we still have unhealthy air quality throughout most of the Baltimore region and most of the Chesapeake as well. And it's a little bit better for you on the Eastern Shore and down toward D.C. right now. All of us are going to see some of that improving air quality, but look at all that red in Western PA and Western Maryland as well. Those are all still the unhealthy category for that air quality index. And it's all from those Canadian wildfires. We talked about it earlier in June and now still dealing with it now in late June. They're expected to still be burning out of control through mid-August. And typically it's July and August are the strongest, or the wildfire season that definitely gets more of the activity that we see in July and August. It's just a little bit earlier, and that's why all of us are seeing all that wildfire smoke. For the Old Line State, we're going to be under that code orange air quality alert for today. So that puts us back to that 101 to 150 level on the air quality index value. That's going to be unhealthy for sensitive groups, but all of us will still have to deal with that smoke today. But the good news is that wind is going to pick up from the south and the southeast, and that will help to move that air, get some of that smoke out of here today and tomorrow as well, improving air quality, especially as we head into Saturday and Sunday. But we're bringing in the chance for a couple of pop-up thunderstorms as well, both Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday for next week. O's game for tonight, a little hazy, but should be good to go. And then we are dry for next Tuesday, even though our temperatures are going to be in the lower 90s for the 4th.
All right, Justin, thank you. Tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland. Topping our next half hour, what police are predicting will happen on the roads.
A game show legend gets a special send-off. How you can get your hands on a Wheel of Fortune bobblehead.
But first, as we prepare to move to the other side of the board, calendar.
It's time to enjoy a coffee break. 7:55 happening today. Community toast and ribbon cutting for a new Wawa in Rosedale.
You might even meet a celebrity. Wawa's mascot, Wally Goose, will be joining customers for the grand opening. The celebration will also recognize local first responders with its signature Hoagies for Heroes hoagie building competition.
Well, trending now, country singer Kelsey Ballerini is the latest musician to fall victim to concertgoers throwing objects on stage.
My goodness, Ballerini was struck in the face Wednesday when someone threw a bracelet at her during a performance in Idaho. She's seen here with her back to the crowd there talking to one of her bandmates before stepping off stage. The singer told fans over social media that she's fine. The incident comes after artists, including BB Rexha, Ava Max, Pink, they were all hit with something and in some cases injured by items thrown at them and from fans in the audience. Well, if you are not quite ready to say goodbye to Pat Sajak, you can take home your own mini version of the beloved host.
And take a look at this. National Bobblehead Hall of Fame has unveiled its first Wheel of Fortune bobblehead. Sajak's figure featuring the spinning wheel, Vanna White coming with her iconic puzzle board. You can purchase the bobbleheads on the Hall of Fame's online store. Today, we are code red air quality alert this morning. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when the conditions may improve, and our next weather maker moves in.
Maryland's U.S. attorney says his strategy for going after violent offenders in Baltimore is working. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at what the data is showing. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, June 30th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and a look at that Smoky forecast.
Yeah, just halfway through the year, right? Almost.
Right.
Getting very close to it. The other side is coming right around the corner. Unfortunately, we still have to deal with some of the smoke and the haze that is out there. You can see that from our Towson camera. You can probably still feel it in your lungs, and even if you're smelling it inside your house. That is what we've been dealing with through most of the day yesterday and into this morning as well. We still actually have red areas here for Baltimore City and County and Harford County, and still unhealthy air quality, but we are looking to be more in the code orange air quality level by this afternoon statewide. That's what we're looking for. So unhealthy for sensitive groups. Either way, all of us are going to have to deal with that smoke and haze for at least the next couple of hours on your out and about cast. Upper 70s through 10 a.m. into the low and mid 80s through about noon time. We'll top out in the upper 80s today, a little bit warmer than where we were yesterday afternoon, and then the same number for tomorrow. But notice that chance for showers and thunderstorms starts to pick up as we head into Friday night and into Saturday. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes.
Taking a look at your lens solar traffic network, 3 lanes still blocked, 95 southbound, and this issue is happening right at the S curve. You know that area here if you're moving down south of in between basically O'Donnell Street all the way up to Eastern Avenue, and it's well past that now. It is up to basically the split, 895-95 split. That's where you first start tapping your brakes because of a multi-vehicle accident that happened right near O'Donnell Street, just past O'Donnell Street. They have the 2 vehicles over to the right shoulder, but it's still, because of all the issues before, made some major backup. Now everybody else seems to be in the green. No other main issues to report. A little accident in Easton if you are heading down the ocean this morning.
Breaking news overnight. Homicide detectives are investigating after a man was shot and killed around 10:20 last night. This happened on Pennsylvania Avenue right across from the Capitol Lounge restaurant.
Officers arriving at the scene found a 39-year-old man suffering from life-threatening gunshot wounds. Medics, of course, transferred him to a hospital, shock trauma, but despite their life-saving measures, he was pronounced dead a short time later.
If you know anything about the incident, you're asked to call homicide detectives at 410-396-2100, and to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
You gotta move the down. Stop the crossfire now!
We have a police involved discharging.
Chaotic moments over the Baltimore police scanner. A man is dead this morning following a shootout with police right near Patterson Park.
Started when officers spotted that man wanted on a police warrant. When he attempted to flee, car broke down. He then began firing at police, striking a patrol vehicle.
This morning, we're taking a look at the crime all around the state and how it's being handled with our live team coverage.
In a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a look at why Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron is touting the success of his Al Capone method of going after violent criminals.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is live with the details from yesterday's shooting in southeast Baltimore. Shannon.
Well, as for what's next, Megan, we know that the Attorney General's office is going to be taking over this investigation because this was a police-involved shooting. That exchange of gunfire all erupting yesterday evening, not far from Patterson Park. And afterward, we heard from the acting police commissioner, Rich Worley, and he was praising these responding officers for their bravery, saying that suspect opened fire on them.
Again, the bravery of our men and women going out here every single day and addressing the criminals in the city to keep the city safe. I can't be more proud of what they do every single day.
But let's rewind a bit. This all starting as a seemingly quiet afternoon, soon devolving into chaos. Officers spotting and recognizing a man wanted on a police warrant along Milton Avenue. The man attempting to flee until his car broke down near Fairmont Avenue. The suspect then firing an automatic weapon, hitting a patrol car. Officers return fire and the suspect dies on scene. In fact, this video posted to the Citizen app that we've blurred showed a body on Milton Avenue just a block from Patterson Park. Now, that 40-year-old suspect that was killed, we're learning, not only had a handgun, but also an assault rifle that was fully loaded with a fully loaded magazine. That's according to police. But fortunately, no officers were hurt during this incident. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The recent police-involved shooting is the second one in the city just this year. The acting commissioner says the consent decree monitors are being notified. Just about a month ago, BPD releasing body cam footage of an officer shooting an armed 17-year-old. And around that same time, then Commissioner Harrison praised officers for taking guns off the streets without shooting anyone.
We took 2,400 guns, 2,600 guns plus off the streets last year with more than 1,600 arrests. Not one of them resulted in a police-involved shooting. Not one.
When it comes to Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron, less than a year after he announced his Al Capone method of going after violent criminals, he's touting its success. Our team coverage continues with Olivia Dance on who has more on what he is attributing to this progress. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, U.S. Attorney Barron says his office is getting creative when it comes to going after the most violent offenders right here in Baltimore. And actually, the numbers in the city seem to be going in the right direction. Halfway through 2023, and homicides are down 22%. Non-fatal shootings reduced by almost 13%. Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron says it's because of the Al Capone model of prosecution that he announced in August last year, which includes going after violent offenders in an unconventional way. He wants criminals to know his office isn't stopping.
For those who are doing violence in our communities, we're serious about giving you a break from the community and getting you help within the confines of a federal correctional facility.
His office is also looking at fraud with the federal COVID relief plan, helping to create a CARES Act strike force, looking through evidence and finding people charged with CARES fraud also have ghost guns. With the help of state funding since September 2022, 30 people have been indicted for federal gun crimes, including 10 people charged with having a gun too close to a school. Barron says beyond enforcement, collaboration with community organizations like ROCA are helping to save lives. And while the strategy seems successful, Barron warns that if funding or community collaboration changes, progress may be lost. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Tomorrow, Maryland will become a green state. We're breaking down what you need to know before recreational marijuana use is legalized in Maryland.
And key Baltimore leadership positions remain empty. Fox 45 News questions whether the mayor is doing enough to find the best candidates to lead city agencies.
It's still smoky outside, and we're going to have to deal with this smoke for at least the next 24 hours, but we do see some improving conditions. We'll take a look at that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, the busiest travel day of the 4th of July holiday weekend is here.
And AAA is projecting record-breaking travel numbers, but not without headaches. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what to expect out there. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look right now at Hollywood Beach, Florida. You can expect a lot of people to be near a body of water this holiday weekend. AAA is forecasting today to be the busiest travel day on record for flyers, with more than 282 million passengers. And that could come with some disruption. Since Monday, there have already been more than 30,000 flights that have been delayed and over 10,000 of them canceled. This is according to flight tracking website FlightAware. If we look here and look at the flights in our area, rather across the region, we're seeing 14,000 plus delays today. That is way up from this morning. 830 cancellations as of this hour. And you can hear the frustration from folks who've been in airports. Take a listen.
Friday is going to be our busiest day, both here and nationwide.
Well, I was supposed to be in Milwaukee yesterday, and I'm in Green Bay today.
We were late leaving, probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and then Chicago, it was another hour or so.
Well, what is causing all the travel woes? Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is blaming bad weather. But Texas Senator Ted Cruz is calling out the FAA, saying they knew about insufficient staffing levels and inexperience months in advance. In fact, take a look at these tweets we saw from Pete Buttigieg. He says we're actively dealing with heavy air traffic and flight disruptions triggered by storms across the country. Senator Ted Cruz not seeing it that way. He says DOT's blaming bad weather, but the reality is they've known since March that they do not have the controllers to handle air traffic in the Northeast. We're already seeing busy airports across the country. We're going to continue to follow those flight delays and cancellations. And on Independence Day, storms could impact airports once again. We'll have more on that just ahead. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Again, the 4th just days away. Air quality may impact your cookouts.
And tomorrow, recreational marijuana will be legal in our state. Up next, how much money the state could see from sales. It's 8:12 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Maryland is poised to see a major influx in tax revenue with the state's sales of recreational marijuana. 23 other states have already done it with some mixed results. Joining us this morning with a look at the money flow, CEO and founder of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. Good morning, Adam.
Morning, Tom.
Hey, we're estimating more than $100 million will be pouring into the state from marijuana sales, so this should help lower our taxes, right?
Oh, the politicians in the state capitol, they'll spend that and more. They spend tens of billions of dollars a year. So this is a drop in the bucket. For example, just the city budget in the city of Baltimore is over $4 billion. So $134 million of marijuana taxes and fees, that's virtually nothing.
Well, Maryland also, there's also debates on the numbers of where to set that percentage of tax rate on marijuana sales. Maryland put it at 9%, which is a lot lower than other states.
Well, California, their tax rate on marijuana sales is 15%. The state of Washington is 37%. So the state of Maryland is probably leaving dollars on the table. Look, industry estimates of the total revenues of marijuana sales after 5 years in the state of Maryland, they say it's going to be a $3 billion industry. So our auditors at OpenTheBooks.com, we wanted to fact check that forecast. We looked at the state of Colorado, and after 10 years, it's a $2 billion industry. Colorado has equivalent population. The number of people who live in Colorado is virtually the same that live in Maryland. So the estimates are probably aggressive, but yes, Tom, the tax rate, the lawmakers probably left dollars on the table with a low 9% sales tax rate.
Adam, though, when you start talking about Colorado and all the data that comes from it, when you start comparing, okay, is that equivalent to where Maryland is going to go? I mean, will Maryland the usage start increasing the more the marijuana is available?
Well, in Colorado, after 10 years, they found that usage doubled amongst adults. We took a look at the statistics for Maryland. Right now, there's about 17%, they estimate, of Maryland adults that use marijuana. If it doubles, Maryland will be the #1 marijuana usage state in the nation, up near 34%. Right now, Vermont is at 30%, and Oregon is at 28%.
So, Adam, then it's only cash because it's federally, it's federally illegal for marijuana sales. It's still that way. So it's recommended cash only, maybe even using your debit. Some argue that may actually make it difficult to follow the money, especially when you're talking about equating that with the sales tax.
Well, here's what you can follow, and that are the social costs to legalization. So in Colorado, they found, for example, that hospital visits doubled due to marijuana usage. They found that emergency room visits went up by 54%. They found that tax revenues in 64 of the local jurisdictions, they just banned it. Right. And so even after a decade in Colorado, tax revenues were less than 1% of state revenues. The tax revenues never really materialized. So it's a tough balancing act. You've got social ills and, the lack of tax revenues. It's buyer beware here.
Yeah, it's a good way to end it right there. Adam Andrzejewski, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast, and the smoke with the air quality is going to be a major issue pretty much not only today, but you're saying this is going to be with us for quite some time.
Yeah, more than likely, Tom. I mean, those fires in Canada, they're so widespread. There are so many of them, and so many of them are burning out of control. They're saying they're not going to even be able to get containment or control until probably mid to late August. So we could be dealing with this, every couple of weeks, which is what we saw early in June and for the last couple of days as well. It does look a little bit better from this vantage point, at least looking down to the Inner Harbor. Yesterday, we could barely even see the Inner Harbor from the top of this building. So as you're getting out on the boats and your kayaks or whatever things you got today, boaters and watermen. South wind about 5 to 10 knots, waves about a foot or less, with that low tide at 12:05 this afternoon, and then the high tide back in at 4:28. And watch for the hazy and smoky skies as you're out and about here today, not only on the boats, but whatever you're doing, because we still have unhealthy air quality through most of the region right now. We do have some orange areas in the eastern shore, and then as you pull back a little bit farther, you can actually see really where all of that red is, and that is basically in western Maryland, western PA as well, a little bit closer to Canada, where those fires continue to rage. And these are just some. I mean, I just kind of put this up here so you could see. This just doesn't even paint the picture. There's about 482 fires at last count. And again, all of that smoke is just moving into the East Coast, which is why we're seeing all of those very hazy conditions. Now, for today, the air quality index expected to drop into the about 142 range for AQI. That's unhealthy for sensitive groups. Saturday and Sunday, we are looking at more moderate air quality, so we are seeing some improvement there. But that orange is what we're talking about, the code orange air quality alert today. But all of us are going to be impacted with the smoke kind of hanging around. We'll get some southerly wind. That's the big thing today. We'll see that wind increase, and that will help to blow some of that smoke out of here today and tomorrow as well. But also brings us a chance for a couple of pop-up showers and storms. If you're out there hitting the links today on your forecast, mid-70s next hour with mid to upper 80s as you head toward the afternoon. Again, obviously hazy conditions for all of us. And mid to upper 80s across central Maryland, down the ocean, mid-70s in Ocean City today. And if you're heading down to the beach for this weekend, the holiday weekend, today a little hazy, but Saturday and Sunday we do bring that chance in for a couple of isolated thunderstorms as well. And heading out to Camden Yards tonight, floppy hat night, everybody. We're talking about the Twins in town for a 3-game set. Hawaiian shirts tomorrow. I'm excited about that. We'll be out there at the ballpark, so say hi to us if you see us. Lower 80s here for that first pitch tonight, and hopefully they won't have any delays. We may see a straight pop-up shower or storm late tonight, but a better chance of some of those storms for Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday afternoon. Some unsettled weather as we roll into 4th of July weekend. Right now, it still looks to be mainly dry on Tuesday for the 4th of July.
Several of Baltimore's top jobs are vacant. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we're looking into why the city's limiting who can apply to the positions.
Summer Sounds at Belvedere Square goes down tonight. Up next, the food. Yes, we'll talk about all the delicious eats coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is the perfect way to spend your evening. The Summer Sounds concert is back at Belvedere Square.
And it's not just music that you can enjoy, but a menu full of flavor.
So who would be taste testing? Who? Anyone
Who should
here?
we send out there?
How about Mark Clark, live at Belvedere Square with Today So Baltimore, man of the hour here.
That's right, guys. So, Megan and Tom, you always accuse me of being around the food. Well, Max did it once again. Max went back there and whipped something up just to give us a shot about what's going to happen tonight. So, Max, what kind of eats are we going to talk about tonight?
Yeah, so we've got our Rosetta Farms Angus beef burger on our brioche roll with some beautiful lettuce and cheddar cheese, as well as our bratwurst here from Fells Point Meat with some green peppers and onions, also on our brioche roll. The burger is on our menu. It's a little bit different than it normally is, but the brioche roll is something we make all year round, and it's something that it's just exciting to make food that we're really excited to make for people in a different setting, outside, celebrating music.
So tonight, Max, paint the picture for tonight. What are we going to see and smell tonight as far as food goes?
We've got burgers, brats, beverages outside, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, some beer even that's made with our jam, which is really exciting, great wine. We've got vendors from other Belvedere Square Market tenants, Priegel Family Creamery, Neapol, Grand Cru, as well as all of our indoor tenants as well, serving food.
Now, did you make this up fresh this morning?
I did. I made it myself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so Megan, I know Megan is... Megan always likes to see me try something.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, because the bread's not going to be right, guys, but come on, Tom, right? The brat over the...
Yes, you have to do it. I mean, you're just
the
reporting.
peppers and onions.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. See, now
Mark.
it feels complete. You just can't look at it. You got to try it.
Right.
Be part of it.
We got the thumbs up, and that man has tried a lot of foods.
That's going to be a nice night out there, too.
He's not talking. All right.
In the belly.
If you'd like some more information about how you can try a brat with Mark or listen to some food and hang out with the kids, just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we are under a code red air quality alert due to the smoke from the Canadian wildfires here this morning. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the skies clear up.
Recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state starting tomorrow. Just ahead, the warning from Baltimore County Police and why they say Maryland roads are about to get more dangerous. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we are at 8:30, and we're tracking a code red air quality alert here this morning in our region.
Taking a live look now over Towson and the Inner Harbor, where smoke from Canadian wildfires continues to blanket the state.
However, we're expecting improvements as the day moves forward here. Again, under that code red air quality alert now, hoping for orange possibly by the end of the day. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, June 30th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And meteorologist Dustin Chambers said this is kind of a fluid situation. It continues to change. What's the update for us?
Yeah, well, this morning we've been talking all morning how, still hanging on to that code red from yesterday with the unhealthy air quality for all of us outside. And you can see it from all of our cameras. This is our Towson camera right now. We are seeing the areas in red for the unhealthy air quality, which is most of Baltimore, all city and county areas, Harford County up to Carroll County. You can see some orange there out toward the eastern shore and down toward D.C., where we're seeing some improving numbers. And improving conditions are expected later today as well. That's why we'll slide back into the code orange air quality alert. Low to mid 60s for western Maryland right now. Lower 70s for Westminster, Bel Air over to Baltimore City. 72 your temp in Annapolis. So if you're out for a run or a jog, just know you're going to have to deal with that smoke. So maybe do some of the indoor workouts where the people yell at you on that treadmill. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. Meg?
That sounds good. Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lens Solar traffic network, there's a crash in the city on 95 southbound. It has now been cleared. Some good news there. Cars now able to make their way through that area once again. Still some residual delays, but moving much better now. Breaking news overnight. Homicide detectives are investigating after a man was shot and killed around 10:20 last night. And this happened on Pennsylvania Avenue, right across from the Capitol Lounge restaurant.
Now, officers arrived to the scene. They found a 39-year-old man suffering from life-threatening gunshot wounds. Medics transported him to shock trauma, but despite life-saving measures, he was pronounced dead a short while after.
If you know anything about the incident, you're asked to call homicide detectives at 410-396-2100. If you'd like to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. Continuing coverage in a city in crisis as Baltimore is facing vacancies in many key positions.
Yeah, today is the last day for the Department of Public Works Director and the Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down just weeks ago.
Those departments will be three of many without permanent leaders. Olivia Dance joining us now with more on the vacancies and the city's job search now. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, that's exactly right. Some of the city's top jobs are vacant, but now we're learning that those positions aren't always available to every possible candidate. Since Police Commissioner Michael Harrison resigned 3 weeks ago, the city has failed to publicly post the position on the city's job site. And Richard Batts, a retired Towson professor, says that's concerning.
When you don't do a search, you're saying that what we've got right here is certainly sufficient. But, the fact is that Baltimore is still a very violent place.
When the city searched for a police commissioner 4 years ago, it used a 4-page job description to attract candidates from across the country. This time, Mayor Scott quickly announced Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley would be his nominee to replace former Commissioner Harrison. Even on the city's job board today, you'll find more than 180 open jobs in city government, from the health commissioner to the public works director. But you won't find a posting for the police commissioner or the director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Today's the last day for the director of MONSE. The agency already has a current staff member as the new acting director. Back to you.
Olivia, has the mayor's office responded to any of the questions or concerns about the city's closed job search?
Yeah, Megan, his office actually sent us a statement, which we'll pull up now, and it reads in part, quote, "The goal has always been to hand the reins to one of Baltimore's own. There will be a robust community engagement plan implemented once acting Commissioner Worley moves into the official confirmation process," end quote. But Richard Batts says that the mayor's decision is too little, too late. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Happening tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state for adults 21 years old and older. Police are predicting that's going to create some new dangers on the roads in Maryland.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with their efforts to keep you safe and a warning for cannabis-impaired drivers. Shannon.
Yeah, that warning from police, Megan, is to know your limit and also know the risks, especially when we're talking out here on the roadways. Experts are recommending that if you use cannabis, you wait at least 6 or 7 hours before driving. But if you do get behind the wheel, Baltimore County Police have long been preparing to recognize the signs and symptoms of cannabis impairment, and they say their officers will be out in force looking for and arresting intoxicated drivers.
Just don't drive. And if you do decide to drive, we're there looking for you. You know, and we're going to do our best to find you and get you off the roadways. And if you're feeling different, you will drive different. So don't get behind the wheel.
That was Sergeant Tom Morehouse there. He is one of the top drug recognition experts in the state, managing Baltimore County Police's DRE program. And he expects a tidal wave of impaired drivers on Maryland roads come July 1st. In fact, in Baltimore County, he says the number of calls for drug recognition experts like him have already been increasing before July 1st even hits. And keep in mind that Morehouse and other DREs play a crucial role in the state's DUI enforcement because they're the ones that are called to evaluate when an arrest is made for impairment that's not alcohol related. But look at this. For the entire state of Maryland, there are just 190 drug recognition experts. State Police and Baltimore County Police, the two agencies totaling the highest number of DREs with 30 and 29 respectively. Meanwhile, in Anne Arundel County, there's 16, Howard County 12, Baltimore City just 5. So that's why it's absolutely crucial that you do your part as well. Get a designated driver if you're planning to use. And if you are out on the roadways and you spot a driver who's not driving safely, be sure you keep a good distance between you and that vehicle, stay behind them, and call police. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, if you do decide to use marijuana for the first time after it's legal, there are some things the experts want you to keep in mind.
The first one, if you use cannabis products, particularly edibles, you should lock them up. Make sure your kids and pets can't get to them.
Police are also warning against driving while high. It's illegal, just like drunk driving.
And if you're taking edibles, start slowly. Experts recommend taking half a dose and then waiting a while because it's not an instant effect. See how it makes you feel before you take any more. Fox 45 News has compiled a list of stories as Maryland gets ready to legalize recreational marijuana tomorrow. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to read more. This morning, the Attorney General now investigating a deadly officer-involved shooting just steps from Patterson Park. Still to come, the chaotic scanner chatter as the suspect started firing.
And we're now under a code red air quality alert in Maryland. Still ahead, when we could see clear skies and what you can expect for the 4th of July weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. From the Live Center this morning, as the 4th of July holiday gets underway, air quality advisories across the country are threatening to upend plans. That goes for here in the DMV region, too. A live look over D.C., where a code red alert is in place. Get this. Right now, D.C. is ranked 3rd worst in the world for air quality. But those concerns are impacting more than 100 million folks this holiday weekend. They're under some sort of air quality advisory heading into the holiday. That spans from northern Illinois all the way to the East Coast. A live look now over New York City, where they are in the unhealthy to breathe range. Governor Kathy Hochul issued a statewide advisory through the end of the day due to smoke from wildfires in Canada. Let's take a look at how we shape up here, and it's not looking pretty. I want to pull up this board here. You can see it, that we're in the red, but you can see at 6 p.m. it dips up to purple. So we're really monitoring the air quality concerns here today. We're going to keep you updated. But let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at how it's going to impact your holiday forecast and all the smoke out there. What's the status?
That's interesting that you saw that purple on there. I'm going to have to investigate that a little bit further, Taylor, because we're actually looking to be improving as we head into the afternoon, even though, yeah, we are definitely in the unhealthy category for most of the Baltimore region right now, and some other areas are in the orange, which is where we're going to end up later today, that code orange air quality alert. All from those fires more than 800 miles away, almost 500 fires burning across Canada, and all of that smoke moving right into the East Coast and parts of the Midwest, parts of the northern and even the western U.S. dealing with some of this smoke. So we're looking for an unhealthy day today for sensitive groups of 142, but we are going to be back into that moderate category for both Saturday and Sunday, as the air quality should be improving. Overall, in your yard and gardening cast, hopefully you're seeing those temperatures that are going to be in the mid to upper 80s. Favorable to be outside and hang out and get some yard work done. But obviously with that smoke, you got to take extra precautions and limit that time outdoors. Back with your full forecast in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Fresh food at an amazing price, just in time for the 4th of July. The app that's making it all happen.
And knowledge is cancer's kryptonite. After the break, learn more about genetic testing and early detection with certain types of cancer. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In today's Bright Spot, we are highlighting a group that is dedicated to empowering, educating, and encouraging those with a personal or family history of cancer to seek genetic counseling and testing. And joining us live here in studio this morning, we have Kate Hernandez in the pink there, co-founder and CEO of KIC, which stands for Knowledge is Cancer's Kryptonite. And we also have Nisha Isaac, a certified cancer genetic counselor, here sitting next to me. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate your time. Kate, I want to start with you. Tell me about your journey, how you got started with KIC, how you came up with this.
Okay, thank you for having us,
Yes.
by the way. So my story starts with my Aunt Carol, who was my paternal aunt, my dad's sister. She was diagnosed with ovarian cancer in her late 40s, and then she died from it in her early 50s. After her death, I was pretty adamant about asking my doctors, is there a link here? Is this something I should be concerned about? And I was repeatedly told no, because it's your dad's side.
Right.
So then when I was 42, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. Thankfully, my doctor, Dr. Michael Schultz, recognized the importance of seeking genetic counseling and testing and ordered it immediately. I did test positive for the BRCA1 genetic mutation, and that knowledge was crucial in guiding the course of action for treating my breast cancer. Consequently, my sister then tested positive for the BRCA1 genetic mutation.
Wow.
She then had a preventative hysterectomy, and they incidentally found stage 1 ovarian cancer. So the two of us just feel incredibly blessed and lucky that genetic testing is what led to our early diagnosis.
Yep.
And a course of action that could treat our cancer. So we started KIC.
As a result. Yes. So what do you do? What does KIC do for
So
people?
our mission, which you stated very nicely, is that we empower and educate others to seek genetic counseling and testing. We also pay for that testing in certain circumstances. So
that's huge.
We've paid for over 250 tests at this point in 48 states in the country.
And I can't imagine. We talk about knowledge is power. Nisha, I want to bring you into this as well, because I think there is this idea that you shouldn't be doing genetic testing because you should kind of let fate be fate.
Absolutely
How
not.
powerful is this knowledge, and how can it save people's lives?
So the whole point of genetic testing is to identify when there is a higher risk. And when we know there's a higher risk of cancers, and it's not just breast cancer, it's from many different cancers,
Right.
we can manage that individual and family very differently through increased screening, sometimes preventative medications, and sometimes surgical options.
Are you noticing that there is more of a hereditary link within cancers that maybe people were unaware of? Obviously, we talk about, a paternal, line right there, and that's
Right.
not usually what we thought was the case.
Actually, both sides are equally important, and there is a link in many different cancers. So what we look for is a young age of diagnosis, under the age of 50, especially for uterine, breast, and colon cancer, multiple cancers,
Wow.
and clusters of cancers in families.
One question for you before we let you go. We had 2 lymphoma diagnoses in my family recently. My sister and I were wondering, is this hereditary? Anyone that's in a similar situation, where do we go? What's the first step?
So that's where you would reach out to a genetic counselor to see if testing is an option for you. We are learning more about lymphomas and leukemias and the hematological cancers.
Yeah.
There are still some genes that we need to really understand better, but there is some testing for that. We're much better in terms of offering testing for the solid tumor cancers. So breast, ovarian, uterine, pancreatic, prostate, colon, melanomas, things like that.
And you look at Kate's story here and your understanding and being able to diagnose it because of that.
Yes.
Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
And again, KIC is her organization, and we appreciate you being here.
Absolutely. Thank
you.
you.
All right, let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It is still pretty smoky out there, Justin. Something else to keep in mind as you're heading out.
Absolutely right, Megan. We'd love to say, hey, it's Friday. Let's just go out and hang out outside and do all the fun things that we have planned for the weekend. We know it's a holiday weekend, but maybe want to just hold off a little bit, especially this morning, because that's when the smog or the smoke and the areas that we've been seeing with that wildfire smoke have been hanging around and have not been good because we haven't had any wind to kind of move the air around and mix things up. So we still are dealing with unhealthy air quality for most of us throughout most of the region. You can see all of those areas in red, and that extends all the way out through western Maryland up into western PA. We are seeing some improvement to the south and to the east right now, so that is definitely good news. And we are expected to be in the code orange air quality alert today for the entire state with that smoke that's in the air. So again, that's going to be for sensitive groups, the unhealthy category for sensitive groups. We should not see the widespread, 151 plus, but the AQI is still above 150 right now, which is still while we're in the code red, and expecting to get back down to that orange later today. Now, here's why. We're going to see some of that wind finally pick up. It was just so calm yesterday, but we're expecting some south and southeasterly wind about 15 to 20 miles an hour as we head to the afternoon. And we'll keep that southerly flow going into Saturday as well. But that also helps to bring in a little bit more humidity. And with some of the heating, we could see some thunderstorms popping up as well. There's Hank the Bird. Yeah, excited to be out and about, Hank. I know yesterday, not the best day to be outdoors. And today, still a little dicey, but mid to upper 80s as we head toward the afternoon. And these numbers are pretty close to average for this time of year for most of us across central Maryland. If you're heading out to the O's game tonight on your O's cast, Twins are in town. It's Floppy Night Friday, Floppy Hat Night Friday. Sorry, Floppy Hat is what you get tonight at the O's game, and the Hawaiian shirt tomorrow. So it's always a big weekend. Kids run the bases on Sunday. Lots of fun activities there. And you're having some activities heading down to the ocean, right? Water temperature is 70 degrees, mid 70s and hazy today, but we do bring in at least a chance for a couple of pop-up thunderstorms both Saturday and Sunday as we head into the weekend. That's because that future scan showing us getting a little bit more unsettled here, especially as we get to about 7 o'clock on Friday night. Most of that's going to be south of Baltimore tonight, but tomorrow we start off dry. The clouds are going to be rolling in, and then tomorrow afternoon and evening, that's when we get a couple of those pop-up thunderstorms, and keeping that trend going until about Monday into next week. We're looking dry right now for the 4th. Hopefully we can stay that way, but temperatures are going to warm up, upper 80s and lower 90s heading into next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. I love this shot here from Pam with the dog and the duck, although I don't know if the duck is real, but the duck is definitely an O's fan. So that is good as they are looking to go outside. Thanks, Pam, for sending that picture in, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen.
Making headlines this morning, scary moments in the sky as pilots were forced to make an emergency landing in Charlotte, North Carolina. This after part of the plane's landing gear failed. Morella Porter with our affiliate station in Ohio spoke to one of the passengers who shared the tense moments right before landing.
Back on solid ground, it's a selfie of relief and disbelief.
It wasn't panic. I think everybody was super concerned, as I was. I was nervous about what happens when you land. You'd think the worst and hope for the best, and that's what it was.
A short flight from Atlanta to Charlotte taking an alarming turn just before landing.
The pilot came back on and he said, yeah, we just confirmed that our front landing gear is not down.
Passengers told to get out their safety instructions and prepare to get in the crash position. Brown County native Scott Adkins, one of 2 people asked to be backup.
And just said, hey, in the event that something happens to the flight attendant, you're their backup. So here's how you open the door, here's what you do.
Delta Airlines says air traffic controllers could see the nose landing gear doors were open, but the nose gear had not come down. Adkins says the pilot explained they would circle the area and come down in 5 minutes, telling passengers they would hear some noise.
Because he said when we touch down, the front end's going to touch and it's going to get a little loud back there.
Pilots managed to land the plane without the nose gear just before 9 o'clock.
You could just tell the front nose, he slowly brought it down. And when it hit, it was amazing, almost like they practice this often. I'm sure they don't, but it was amazing how well executed everything happened.
These are the moments right after the emergency landing. Pictures taken by Adkins show the plane's nose touching the runway. Forced to slide off the plane with huge gratitude for the crew who got them on the ground safely.
It was phenomenally done. As far as you would think there'd be a little more chaos than there was, but it was actually very well done.
Morella Porter, Local 12 News.
Well, the CDC extending their germ watch list. After the break, how last year's formula shortage is prompting new guidelines.
And we're preparing for one of the busiest travel weekends of the summer, while lawmakers on Capitol Hill are fighting over what will cause those travel delays. Well, there's one topic on both sides of the aisle in the newsroom that's not polarizing, Megan.
Can only be one thing: coffee. It is time for a coffee break. We can all agree on that.
We can. Topping your morning business report, the risk of getting sick from foodborne illnesses is back up to pre-pandemic levels. The CDC says in 2022, cases of intestinal infections from E. coli, Salmonella, Listeria, and other bacteria were about the same as yearly averages from 2016 to 2018. The most important factor in preventing spread of such infections is thoroughly washing and drying your hands. Meanwhile, there's a food app that's bringing good food and good deals to customers just in time for the 4th of July. Flash Food is partnering with grocery stores, including Stops and Shops and Meyer and Martin's, to offer family discounts on products that are nearing their best buy date. Users can purchase items directly on the app and then pick them up at the store in Flash Food designated fridges. But there's one item you might not be able to find on food app, and that's sriracha hot sauce. Prices of sriracha sauce are through the roof because of supply problems. On eBay, a 28-ounce bottle is selling for nearly $70. It's no better on Amazon either, where a pair of jars are selling for up to $124. A spokesperson says they're trying to put measures in place to avoid future shortages, but in the meantime, they have no idea when supplies will catch up with demand. All right, now it's time for America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Hey everybody, we all spend a lot of our lives in our cars. And wouldn't you like that time that you do spend here to be as safe as possible? It's scary to think about, but there are over 6 million car accidents each year in the US, and that's a huge number. But one of the ways we can find peace of mind is through how we protect ourselves. This is the Minolta dash cam. Now, if you're ever involved in a car accident, you could have supporting evidence at your fingertips. Think about that. This camera comes with a windshield mount, and it's really easy to set up. It has a wide angle and tiltable lens, and it uses HD video, so it won't miss anything going on in front of you, including license plate numbers. It also has this large screen, so you can actually see the footage that you record. And the most important part of the camera is the G sensor, which will automatically detect a collision and make sure it gets recorded. Now, beyond accidents, think about the added security of having a camera like this in your car. Break-ins, road rage, unsafe parking lots. Think of this like a security camera for your car that you can feel good about. We are offering a special offer right now. Get one for yourself. Think about getting one for your kid going away to school, elderly parents, anyone you want to keep safe. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
All right, we're taking you to the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 o'clock, and here are today's top stories.
An officer-involved shooting ends with a suspect dead. Just ahead, why the acting police commissioner is now praising responding officers and what's next in this investigation.
Year over year, we're seeing some very positive numbers.
U.S. Attorney Eric Barron gives an update on his Al Capone method of crime enforcement, why he says his policies are helping drive down violence in Baltimore.
I travel a lot for work, and this is certainly the craziest experience I've dealt with.
The busiest travel day of the 4th of July holiday weekend is here. Just ahead from the Live Center, we'll break down the record-breaking travel numbers.
And we still have smoky conditions outside. That air quality not good, but we do see some improving trends as we head toward the weekend. We'll talk about it right here on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
This morning, we are now on a code red alert due to those Canadian wildfires, and we're on that red alert after being on code orange quality alert earlier this morning. We're expected to be back in orange this afternoon. We're going to take you live to Ontario, Canada, where those wildfires continue to rage on. You're also looking live over the Inner Harbor and Towson as we track the air concerns.
Well, thank you for joining us on this Friday morning, June 30th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the smoke outside.
Yeah, we were never code orange today, by the way, guys. Let's just clear that up right now. We've been code red all morning long, and it's still left
Wednesday,
over.
we were code orange.
Absolutely. We were on
red.
Yeah, exactly. We've been red all night and all morning this morning, continuing to see that air quality that's not good. Now, we're expecting to slide back into the code orange a little bit later this morning and into the afternoon, but you can still see the haze and the smoke from those fires here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. We're going to all have to deal with this smoke for at least the next 24 hours. You can can see all of the unhealthy categories right there. Cockeysville down to Baltimore City, up into Hartford and Carroll County. Out toward the Eastern Shore and down toward D.C., it does look a little bit better, but we are looking at the trends that are improving. That's why the entire state under the code orange air quality alert through the afternoon today. And that's what we're looking at for your Friday. In terms of our temperatures, not bad. Mid to upper 70s next couple of hours, low to mid 80s as we take you through the noon hour. And our high temps today, we're going to top out in the upper 80s, overnight lows to the 70s and back to the upper 80s again tomorrow. But notice we're bringing in the chance for some showers and a couple of pop-up thunderstorms. We'll break that down for you coming up in a few.
Breaking news, overnight homicide detectives are investigating after a man was shot and killed around 10:20 last night. Now, this happened on Pennsylvania Avenue, right across from the Capitol Lounge restaurant.
Officers arriving at the scene found a 39-year-old man suffering from life-threatening gunshot wounds. Medics transported him to shock trauma, where he was pronounced dead a short time later.
Now, if you know something about this incident, you're asked to call homicide detectives at 410-396-2100. If you want to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-8667-LOCK-UP.
You gotta move the everything! Stop the crossfire now!
We have a police involved discharging.
Chaotic moments on Baltimore police scanner as this morning a man is dead following a shootout with police near Patterson Park. It all started when officers spotted a man wanted on a police warrant. When he tried to get away in his car, his vehicle broke down. He then began firing at police, striking a patrol vehicle.
Now, this morning, we are taking a look at the crime all around the state and how it's being handled with our live team coverage.
That's right. In a few minutes, we have Olivia Dance, who's going to join us live with a look at why Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron is touting success of his Al Capone method of going after violent criminals.
But first, we want to begin with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us with a deadly officer-involved shooting that happened in southeast Baltimore. She's been covering that for us all morning long.
Well, as for what's next, the Attorney General's office will now be investigating this case since this was an officer-involved shooting. That exchange of gunfire all erupting yesterday evening not far from Patterson Park. And afterward, we heard from Acting Commissioner Rich Worley, who was praising the bravery of officers who responded, saying this suspect first opened fire at them.
Again, the bravery of our men and women going out here every single day and addressing the criminals in the city to keep the city safe. I can't be more proud of what they do every single day.
But let's rewind a bit. This all starting as a seemingly quiet afternoon, soon devolving into chaos. Officers spotting and recognizing a man wanted on a police warrant along Milton Avenue. The man attempting to run until his car broke down near Fairmont Avenue. The suspect then firing an automatic weapon, hitting a patrol car. Officers return fire and the suspect dies on scene. In fact, this video right here posted to the Citizen app that we've blurred showed a body on Milton Avenue just a block from Patterson Park. Now, that 40-year-old suspect killed, we're learning, not only had a handgun, but also an assault rifle with a fully loaded magazine, according to police. Fortunately, though, no officers were hurt in this incident. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. The recent police-involved shooting is the second one the city's seen just this year. Acting Commissioner says the consent decree monitors are being notified, but just about a month ago. The Baltimore Police Department releasing body camera footage of an officer shooting an armed 17-year-old. You see that on the left-hand side. Around that same time, Commissioner Michael Harrison praising officers for taking guns off the streets without shooting anyone.
We took 2,400 guns, 2,600 guns plus off the streets last year with more than 1,600 arrests. Not one of them resulted in a police-involved shooting. Not one.
When it comes to Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron, is less than a year after he announced his Al Capone method of going after violent criminals, he's now touting its success. Our team coverage continues with Olivia Dance, who has more on what he's attributing the progress to. Olivia.
Yes, U.S. Attorney Barron says his office is getting creative when it comes to going after the most violent offenders right here in Baltimore. And actually, the numbers seem to be going in the right direction. Halfway through 2023, and homicides are down 22%. Non-fatal shootings reduced by almost 13%. Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron says it's because of the Al Capone model of prosecution he announced in August last year, which includes going after violent offenders in an unconventional way. He wants criminals to know his office isn't stopping.
For those who are doing violence in our communities, we're serious about giving you a break from the community and getting you help within the confines of a federal correctional facility.
His office is also looking at fraud with the federal COVID relief plan, helping to create a CARES Act strike force, looking through evidence and finding people charged with CARES fraud also have ghost guns. With the help of state funding since September 2022, 30 people have been indicted for federal gun crimes, including 10 people charged with having a gun too close to a school. Barron says beyond enforcement, collaboration with community organizations like ROCA are helping to save lives. And while the strategy seems successful, Barron warns that if funding or community collaboration changes, then progress may be lost. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The busiest day of the holiday weekend is here. AAA is projecting record-breaking travel numbers with headaches for you, especially if you're flying. A live look now at Hollywood Beach, where you can bet a lot of folks are going to be by a body of water or a beach this holiday weekend. According to AAA, though, today could be the busiest day on record with more than 282 million passengers. That may come with some disruption. Since Monday, more than 30,000 flights have already been delayed and over 10,000 canceled. According to flight tracking website FlightAware, we're already seeing some of those delays across the country here. Full delays in or out of the U.S., over 1,026. If you look at the full statistics here, you can see those cancellations are racking up. We've got 894 today already. Take a listen to what travelers are experiencing at the airports.
Friday is going to be our busiest day, both here and nationwide.
Well, I was supposed to be in Milwaukee yesterday, and I'm in Green Bay today.
We were late leaving, probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and then Chicago, it was another hour or so.
So why all the travel woes? Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg blames bad weather, but Texas Senator Ted Cruz is calling out the FAA. Take a look at these tweets we have from Secretary Buttigieg. We're actively dealing with heavy air traffic and flight disruptions triggered by storms across the East Coast and Midwest. Senator Cruz not seeing it that way. He says DOT is blaming bad weather, but the reality is DOT has known since March it does not have the controllers to handle air traffic in the Northeast. Well, a live look now over our own air conditions here, rather our own airport. We've got, hold on. We'll update you there, but Independence Day could also impact your travel, too. There's major storms in places like Atlanta and Dallas. We'll keep you updated. Back to you.
Well, we're going to take a look at the weather right now, Taylor, and show you what's going on. In fact, you can see nationwide where some of the storms are, and you can see right there to the west of Charlotte, that thunderstorm cluster, also around Omaha, Nebraska, south and west of Minneapolis. So that's where some of the storms are right now. All those areas in orange and magenta, those are heat advisories and excessive heat warnings from Memphis for Middle Tennessee down through Alabama, Louisiana. So a very hot day today there. And again, some of those thunderstorms are going to continue to fire. We're dealing with the smoke that could also bring delays not only here, but up and down the East Coast, as we've had some ground stops the last couple of days due to the low visibility conditions for pilots. Temperatures near average for today, and we are tracking a few weekend storms that also could disrupt your outdoor plans and your travel. But mid to upper 80s, those are going to be your high temperatures for today. Those numbers are a little warmer than yesterday and close to average for this time of year. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in Maryland. Topping our next half hour, what police are predicting could happen on the roads.
Plus, Americans anxiously awaiting a decision on whether or not student loan debt will be forgiven. Coming up after the break, a possible backup plan if the court rules against forgiveness. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. As you see the outer loop starting to increase in volume, and just around the corner there was an accident that slowed it down at Hartford Road. So there's a collision, 3 vehicles involved, and that's causing another backup right in that same area just to the right of this camera. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Right now, nearly 40 million Americans are anxiously awaiting a decision from the Supreme Court on student loan forgiveness.
Yeah, it's expected to drop in the next hour or so. Just about 10 o'clock is normally when it comes. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill. And Atra, what did the Secretary of Education say this week about a possible backup plan?
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Taylor. I spoke to Education Secretary Miguel Cardona back on Tuesday, and I asked him if borrowers who are promised this relief will be left in the lurch if the court rules against forgiveness. He told me, quote, "We'll be ready." Now, he was asked on CNN an hour or two ago what exactly that plan B would be, but he sort of dodged an answer. Instead, said that they're focused on this case. They're focused on the here and now, but are prepared to keep fighting for students, as he put it. Now, in our conversation, he did sound confident in his authority under the 2003 HEROES Act. This is a post-9/11 law that gives the Education Secretary authority to alleviate the hardship that federal student loan recipients may suffer as a result of national emergencies. In this case, the administration says that would be the pandemic. And we know this decision will come imminently. Usually the Supreme Court schedule is very fluid, to say the least, but Chief Justice John Roberts did say yesterday they will release all remaining opinions for the term today. Now, opponents of the president's plan, mostly Republicans, but some moderate Democrats as well, believe that it's an overreach of executive authority and argue that it doesn't fix the core issue of college unaffordability.
Well, we're getting a look at some new inflation numbers. What do they tell us about where prices are heading this summer, Antra?
Yeah, so the key takeaway from this morning's personal consumption expenditures report is that inflation is continuing to slow and consumer spending is slowing even more. So this number, which is the Federal Reserve's preferred gauge of inflation compared to the consumer price index, they just like how it measures goods and spending more. They think it's more accurate, essentially. It beat expectations. It came in at the lowest reading since April 2021. And think about where we were April 2021. Vaccines were just coming on the scene. The economy was starting to get stimulated again, and inflation was starting to go up. So this is really one of the best readings since inflation became a topic that we talk about every day. Core inflation, which takes into account all goods, including volatile food and energy prices, did come in slightly lower than expected at 4.6% higher than May of last year compared to expectations of 4.7%. Now, the president is set to speak today. We expect either way the Supreme Court rules on the student loans case that he'll probably mention it, but he's likely to also mention this inflation number and tout it as a sign that his Bidenomics plan, as he's been promoting all week and will continue to for the next 3 weeks, is working in his eyes. But as we know from polling, from surveys, how Americans feel about the economy is still pretty low.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you, Atra. Well, this morning, we are faced with some poor air quality again, and we are in the red here, expected to change over to code orange later this afternoon. Taking a live look over the Inner Harbor and Towson, both showing hazy skies. This Canadian wildfire smoke is passing through our state again.
All right, let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. I mean, the background behind you, just not the gorgeous shot we're used to seeing.
Yeah, but the good news is yesterday at this time, if you guys remember, I mean, we could barely even see down toward the bottom of what's going on here in the city from the top of the Transamerica building. So it looks like there's a little improvement. And as we get into the afternoon today, we are expecting that wind to pick up, which will help to shift some of this smoke out of here. But yeah, we're still in the red right now. That's left over from yesterday in that code red. And that's basically for most of us in the Baltimore region over to parts of Hartford and Carroll County, even up toward western PA and western Maryland, seeing a lot of red there as well. But things look a little bit better to the south, and we'll continue to see the improving conditions. That's what we're tracking. But it's all from these fires. We're talking more than almost 500 fires that are burning across Canada right now. This is where they are, and some of these are about 800. Miles away when you put the distance tracker on that. So, I mean, these are far away, getting up in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and all that fire smoke is right into our area. As we look at the air quality index, the AQI forecast, 142 today, so that's unhealthy for sensitive groups. Saturday and Sunday, we do look to get back to moderate air quality, so things are looking to improve. And yesterday, we were in the red all day, still in it this morning, but unhealthy for sensitive groups is where we should end up by this afternoon with those AQI numbers coming down just just a bit. Thankfully for the wind. That is the south and southeasterly wind that's going to be picking up into the afternoon. We won't have that stagnant air that we've had for the last couple of days. That wind is going to be picking up as well into Saturday afternoon and even into Sunday. So we get back more into a summer-like weather pattern with that potential for pop-up thunderstorms as well. Marco. There we go. Finally, somebody's playing. UV index in the high category today. If you do want to hang by the pool, upper 70s next hour, mid to upper 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Still going to be hazy and smoky. So just try to limit that time outdoors because of the air quality that's not great. Mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Up and down the 95 corridor. We'll keep those 80s going for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Heading down the ocean, big beach weekend there. And a lot of folks think this is the unofficial start to summer there. 75 in Ocean City today with the hazy skies, but mid 70s tomorrow and lower 80s Sunday. We do bring that chance for a couple of pop-up thunderstorms each afternoon. Hopefully the storms stay away for us tonight as the O's are back at it on Floppy Hat Friday night, taking on the Twins there. 7:05 for that first pitch. They have a 4:05 game tomorrow, Hawaiian Shirt Day tomorrow, and then kids run the bases on Sunday. So overall, we'll have that potential for a couple of pop-up storms both tomorrow and into Sunday, and even into Monday, an isolated chance as well. By Tuesday for the 4th, it does look to dry out a bit, but temps stay warm in the upper 80s and lower 90s.
All right, take a look at this. Thomas sent us this picture from Perryman. You can see in the distance over the water on Bush River the Canadian smoke from the wildfires. Thomas, thanks for sending us this picture. And then check this one out. James Carr, oh my goodness, sent us this photo. This is, guess where this is, Tom?
Yeah, this is right downtown Baltimore, right?
Yeah. The Canadian wildfires obviously creating a haze on that picture as well. But thank you for sending us your picture, James. We appreciate it. You can always send us your photos by scanning that QR code on the screen. We want to see the smoke in your neighborhood. It's going to take you to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload those pictures and videos. You might see them here on air.
Air quality advisories across the country threaten to upend some plans this weekend. Still ahead from the Live Center, the big city seeing impacts today, and one isn't too far away.
Summer Sounds at Belvedere Square is going down tonight. We had the food. We talked about the food. Up next, the drinks. We got to talk about the drinks. We're going to have Max whip us up something special coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Tom's busting out the moves.
Well, Friday night's never been more fun. The Summer Sounds concert series is happening again.
That's right. Mark Clark is live at Belvedere Square for today's So Baltimore. And it's not just the music you can enjoy, the drinks too, Mark.
That's right. We've been hanging out with Max all morning. He's the general manager. So, Max, tonight it goes down. And, of course, we did food last break. Now we got to do drinks.
Now we're up to drinks.
And I don't have nothing to do with this, Tom. Okay, you guys think I'm in charge of this just so I can get a drink in the morning. But, okay, what are we doing tonight? Just a little example.
All right, so this is one of our cocktails we'll have tonight. It's called the Sunshine and Flowers. It's named after Baltimore Spirit Company's Sunshine and Flower Pim-style liqueur, which has a little bit of a lower ABV, so we can put more of it in. So we're going to put 2.5 ounces of that in. And then we're going to do an ounce of fresh squeezed lemon juice. And then we are going to do a 1/4 ounce of rosemary syrup that we made in-house.
Wow, look at this.
And then we are going to do an 1.25 ounces of mint syrup that we made in-house as well. A full ounce in there and a little bit more.
Look at you. Max is giving this full recipe.
Exactly. Then we're going to take a little ice. Seal that up, give it a good shake. Hopefully it doesn't blow in my face.
So what time should people arrive for the event tonight?
Yes, the event starts at 6 p.m. this evening, runs until 9. Mambo Combo takes the stage with salsa music at 6.
All right, starting at 6 o'clock, guys. Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It is.
Again, come out here, enjoy this amazing event. It is now.
We're not, and I know you were defending yourself saying you don't set these up, but it does seem funny that every Friday you are sipping some type of alcohol on air before we go out.
There's a little jealousy in the studio, okay, Mark?
It's a tough job, guys. It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it, guys.
There's always perks.
See you tonight at 6.
Hardest work.
If you'd like some more information about how you could go out and drink what Mark was just sipping on right there, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state starting tomorrow. Just ahead, the warning from Baltimore County Police and why they say it's going to make Maryland roads more dangerous.
Several of Baltimore's top jobs are vacant. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into why the city is limiting who can apply to the positions. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9:30, and we are still in a code red air quality alert here this morning.
Taking a live look over Towson and the Inner Harbor, where smoke from Canadian wildfires continues to blanket our state.
We are expected to be code orange air quality alert by this afternoon, hoping to see some improvement out there. But right now, still pretty smoky. Thanks for joining us. It is Friday, June 30th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're going to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, especially when we have a lot of festivities scheduled for this weekend.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And Saturday and Sunday, both days are looking better for our air quality in terms of being outside. It's just this red, the code red air quality alert that is still in place from yesterday into this morning. As we head into the afternoon, though, as Meg was talking about, we are expecting to get back to a code orange, and looks like that camera's all frozen up, but still a lot of the smoky skies out there and still the unhealthy air quality right here for us in Baltimore City. But notice the orange and even some of the green out toward the east. So we are seeing some improving air quality from the south, and especially as we get more of that southerly wind today, that should help. So overall, by the afternoon, back to a code orange air quality alert. And I would probably still do the exercise, at least this morning, inside, only because you don't want to have to deal with being outdoors too long with that smoky air. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis as Baltimore is facing vacancies in many key positions.
Today, the last day for the Department of Public Works Director and the Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepping down weeks ago.
Those departments will be three of many without permanent leaders.
Olivia Dan's joining us now and has more on the vacancies and the city's job search. Olivia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Some of the city's top jobs are vacant, but now we're learning that those positions aren't always open to every possible candidate. Since Police Commissioner Michael Harrison resigned 3 weeks ago, the city has failed to publicly post the position on the city's job site. And Richard Batts, a retired Towson professor, says that's concerning.
When you don't do a search, you're saying that what we've got right here is certainly sufficient. But, you know, the fact is that Baltimore is still a very violent place.
When the city searched for a police commissioner 4 years ago, it used a 4-page job description to attract candidates from across the country. This time, Mayor Scott quickly announced Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley would be his nominee to replace former Commissioner Harrison. Even on the city's job board today, you'll find more than 180 open jobs in city government, from the health commissioner to the public works director, but you won't find a posting for the police commissioner or the director of the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, also known as MONSE. Today is the last day for the director of MONSE. The agency already has a current staff member as the new acting director. Back to you.
Olivia, has the mayor's office responded to the city's closed job search?
Yeah, Megan, so the mayor's office actually did send us a statement, and we'll go ahead and pull that up now, but it reads in part, quote, "The goal has always been to hand the reins to one of Baltimore's own. There will be a robust community engagement plan implemented once acting Commissioner Worley moves into the official confirmation process," end quote. But Richard Vatt says that the mayor's decision is too little, too late. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Happening tomorrow, recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state for adults 21 and older.
Police are predicting that it's going to create some new dangers on Maryland roads.
Shannon Lilly joining us with their effort to keep you safe and a warning for cannabis-impaired drivers.
Well, the research predicts when recreational marijuana becomes legal across the state, about 10% of Maryland's adult population will purchase it from the legal market. And so with more people lighting up, that means likely more people will choose to get behind the wheel and hit the roads after doing so. As the state barrels toward July 1st and the legalization of recreational marijuana, the groundwork for Baltimore County Police,
the tip of your nose with the tip of your finger,
long underway.
You can start.
To recognize signs and symptoms of people under the influence of cannabis, too high to drive.
Keep your head straight and just follow the tip of the pen.
But preparations and plans,
It's going to be a tidal wave,
likely won't compare to the tsunami of impaired drivers police anticipate on the roadways come July.
There's going to be so many of them, but so few of us.
Sergeant Tom Morehouse is one of the top drug recognition experts in the state, managing Baltimore County Police's DRE program.
Do you think that come July 1st, Maryland roads get more dangerous?
Absolutely. and there's research to show that.
That research he's referring to? A 2021 study done by the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program showing a 138% increase in traffic deaths where drivers tested positive for marijuana since the legalization of recreational cannabis in Colorado. Closer to home,
That relaxed attitude and that attitude that, or that belief that it's already legal, I think that's a big part of it.
Sergeant Morehouse says in Baltimore County, the number of calls for drug recognition experts like him also are increasing before July 1st even hits, with more than 70 evaluations so far this year compared to last year's 40 to 50 at this time. And keep in mind, Morehouse and other DREs play a crucial role in the state's DUI enforcement. They're the ones that are called to evaluate when an arrest is made for impairment that's not alcohol related. But look at this. For the entire state of Maryland, there are just 190 drug recognition experts. State Police and Baltimore County Police, the two agencies totaling the highest number of DREs with 30 and 29 respectively. Meanwhile, in Anne Arundel County, there's 16. Howard County, 12. And Baltimore City, just 5. Despite those numbers,
We're going to be out there.
Sergeant Morehouse says officers will be out in force, looking for and arresting intoxicated drivers who aren't doing their part.
If you're feeling different, you will drive different. So don't get behind the wheel.
Now, as a starting point, Sergeant Morehouse recommends waiting 6 to 7 hours after consuming cannabis before you drive, or just get a designated driver. And if you're out on the roads and you see an unsafe driver, be sure you keep a good distance behind and call police. Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. With some critics showing concerns in welcoming marijuana to local dispensaries, former police commissioner Ed Norris says this is a step in the right direction.
I think it's long overdue. I think this is one of the dumbest things we've done in this country, is to outlaw marijuana and keep it, the schedule it was at for so long. I just can't believe we never learned from Prohibition.
You can watch the rest of this entire interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News has compiled a list of stories as Maryland gets ready to legalize recreational marijuana tomorrow. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to read more. As the 4th of July holiday weekend gets underway, air quality advisories across the country threaten to upend plans.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with why authorities are advising many people to just stay indoors. Taylor.
That's right, and that goes for us here in the DMV region, too. A live look over Washington, D.C., where that code red air alert is in place. Get this, right now, D.C. is ranked 3rd worst in the world for air quality. But air concerns are impacting millions of folks, 100 million Americans, some of whom are under quality alerts heading into this holiday weekend. It spans from northern Illinois all the way to the coast. Now, a live look over New York City, and you can see there, oh, the live looks change. A live look over New York City. There we go. And right now, Kathy Hochul, the governor there, is now putting a statewide advisory in place through the end of the day. It's due to those wildfire smokes coming from Canada, which are impacting air quality across the board. Here in Baltimore, we are still under a red alert when it comes to air quality, but you can see just the entire swath of the United States is being impacted. But here, back at home, we are still currently under that advisory in the red. We'll keep you updated. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Taylor. Fill up now, because tomorrow kicks off potentially higher gas prices in the state of Maryland. After the break, where lawmakers stand on the annual gas tax increase and what they're actually doing about it.
And we're dealing with a code red air quality alert here this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when skies clear out and when it's going to be safe to go outside. It is 9:39. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Right now, Marylanders on average are paying, you ready for this? $3.46 for a gallon of gas, but that price is expected to go up this weekend. The annual gas tax hike, which will be 10%, takes place tomorrow. That's going to bring the tax to 47 cents per gallon now. That tax hike equals to an increase of just over 4 cents a gallon. Despite concerns about the tax, the Democratic majority in Annapolis made no changes this year. The taxes primarily go to public transportation projects and not roads, something that Governor Wes Moore has signaled he wants to change.
I'm calling on, I'm asking the General Assembly and telling them we're ready to work in partnership with you in the next session to be able to address the fact that as of right now, the only assets that we have to be able to put towards the Transportation Trust Fund are things that are regressive taxes.
Republicans have been calling for an end to the automatic gas tax hike.
We're tracking a code red air quality alert as we're heading into your holiday weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when our next weather maker moves in and when conditions will slightly improve. .45, yeah, let's talk baseball. In his first full season in the show, Adley Rutschman currently leads all catchers in hits, walks, and he's one of the best and most popular players in all of baseball. It's one of the many reasons why he was a finalist for the All-Star Game voting. Although Adley won't be one starting catcher for the American League in the Midsummer Classic, it will be another former Bird, Jonah Heim of the Rangers. Was traded by the Birds in 2016. He edged out Rutschman with 52% of the vote. He's one of 4 Texas players who will be starting in the game. The O's welcoming another first-place team to town tonight before heading up to New York for the 4th. The Birds will be hosting the Twins at Camden Yards for a 3-game series. Minnesota was swept by the Braves and losers of 4 of their last 5. Dean Kramer is the probable starter for the O's, taking the mound. He's 8-3 on the year and will be opposed by Pablo Lopez. First pitch scheduled 7:05 tonight.
Well, today we are kicking off the holiday weekend in a code red air quality alert. Not what we wanted. Taking you live to Ocean City and the Inner Harbor and Towson here this morning. Pretty similar shots all around us. We're tracking air quality concerns. And this, of course, is because of that smoke from those Canadian wildfires just blanketing our state right now. But We're moving toward a code orange air quality alert here later this afternoon. Fingers crossed, and that would be an improvement. Code orange is better. That's just unhealthy for certain groups.
Yeah, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now, look at his full Weather Authority forecast. And Justin, I know we're talking about the air quality now, but come Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, we need to find out fireworks Sunday night or Saturday night. Some places are even hosting them.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be a lot better, Tom. Megan, good morning to both of you. Only because this weekend we are looking at seeing more of the smoke moving out of here, and we're forecasting for the moderate air quality for both Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday. But we're not done. I mean, these Canadian wildfires are far from done, and they're going to be burning through mid-August. So we're probably going to have to deal with more days like these as we get the influence from that smoke. So still in the unhealthy category here at home, up and down the 95 corridor. When you pull out a little bit farther, you can see more of that red out toward areas in western PA and western Maryland for that matter. But we will see that wind pick up over the next couple of hours, and that should help blow the smoke the other way. Right now, we have more of that northwesterly flow that brought all of the smoke from those fires from the north into our area. So throughout the afternoon, we're still tracking a code orange air quality alert, shifting from red back to orange. And again, on that map, you can see that this is a better looking forecast in terms of our air quality, back to about 142 for the AQI today. Saturday and Sunday back into those 80s and 90s. And you can see that's where the unhealthy is right now. We're just above 150, but we should slide back below that. But again, sensitive groups and even all of us going to be outside, you'll still feel and smell that smoke. We just hope to get this wind to really start picking up here over the next few hours from the south, help to clear out the air a little bit. It's not going to be crystal clear, but at least it'll be better than what we saw yesterday. And we'll keep that trend going into this upcoming weekend. So golfers out there hitting the links today or maybe for the weekend, probably better weather in terms of better air quality both Saturday and Sunday as opposed to today. And temperatures in the mid to upper 80s across central Maryland for your highs this afternoon. We'll keep those upper 80s going up and down the 95 corridor with mid 70s if you're heading down the ocean for your Friday. As I mentioned, nose game tonight, not looking too bad. Looking at 7:05 first pitch. And then we do have the isolated storms both Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday, too. So we'll be tracking those as we get closer to the 4th. Right now, the 4th, though, does look dry by next Tuesday.
All right, Justin, thank you. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
Well, now it's time for our Pet of the Week. Katie Haynes with the Maryland SPCA is joining us now, and she brought in just a cuddly dog.
Yes, this is Cava. Cava is looking for her new home. So she was a stray brought into the shelter. So we don't know a whole lot about her history. What we do know so far, we've aged her at about 5.5 years old. Yeah. Total couch potato. You can see she hasn't been missing any meals.
I was going to say, she does not look like your typical stray when you come in with stray dogs.
No, it's funny. Usually we're talking about weight gain. Now we're talking about some weight loss for her, so she could definitely use some walks. But she's just as happy sitting on the couch as she is going for walks.
I think she will eat just about anything, right? It doesn't look like a type of dog that turns down any meals whatsoever.
Nope, she's happy to just get some love, attention, and some treats.
Friendly, too. Okay.
Very sweet
Any
girl.
idea how she is with other pets or children?
We don't really have any idea yet, so that would be, we're not quite sure. With her being a stray, it's all kind of a mystery. So we're finding things out about her every day, all really awesome things, though. She's easy to walk.
She's ready for adoption this afternoon?
Yes, she is. She will be ready, so feel free to come over to the SPCA, Falls Road, 3300 Falls Road. Come meet her.
Katie, thank you. Kava,
thank
you very much. And you'll be going out for jogs. I'm with you. I need to hit the treadmill, too. Yeah.
She's so happy as long as she's just getting some love there. All right. Well, in Louisiana, an alligator, imagine this, Kava, listen up, made its way through a doggy door to take a personal house tour. Take a look at this guy. 5-foot-long gator just wiggled his way into the house of a couple that was new to the area. They had no idea that this was a possibility. After they contacted authorities to help remove it safely, smart move, their doggy door got an upgrade. So it only opens for their dog named Panda now. Smart move.
Today, it's time to celebrate all those friends and relationships that you've made online.
And that is because it is Social Media Day. It began with Friendster in 2002, one of the first popular social media platforms. And then MySpace, remember MySpace? Yeah. Facebook, Twitter, and countless others now. You could celebrate the day. Maybe you want to make a post on your favorite social media platform.
And if you were looking for the perfect post this social media day, grab a telescope, turn it to the sky for your inspiration, because today is also International Asteroid Day. The day marks the anniversary of the large meteor impact in Russia, June 30th, 1908. The day seeks to raise awareness of the threat posed by asteroids when they fall to Earth as meteors. Also happening today, a community toast and ribbon cutting for a new Wawa in Rosedale.
You might even meet a celebrity. Wawa's mascot, Wally Goose, will join customers for the grand opening. Did you know about Wally Goose? I mean, you did work at a Wawa.
I never knew that his name was Goose, or they had one. Back when I was working at Wawa's, it was a couple decades ago. They didn't have that.
Things have come a long way.
Yeah.
This celebration is going to recognize local first responders with its signature Hoagies for Heroes hoagie building competition.
You do it just a little bit better, Wawa.
Take a look at this. Well done. A French fireman sets 2 world records ablaze in order to achieve them. Jonathan Vero decided to torch the record books. What? In Harbord in France, while making himself, oh no, a human torch. Why? He set 2 Guinness World Records in the same run. The fastest full body burn.
Some of these you don't need to win, right?
100-meter sprint without oxygen. He did it in 17 seconds. Also the longest distance run in a full body burn without oxygen at 272.25 meters. He accomplished the feat on the same track where he trained as a kid. But this is dangerous, right?
Yeah.
I know he's got the fire suit on,
right,
obviously, but I mean...
Don't try this at home.
All
right, well, speaking of fires, Canadian fires are bringing smoke to us. That's why we are in code red air quality. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking those conditions when it will improve in an exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:50.
Well, this is how it's going to be throughout the day, guys. We have to deal with more of the smoky skies out there. Tom, you were saying something about the YMCA?
Yeah, the Camp Putak, they are indoors today because the smoke is even worse there than it was yesterday. So a lot of kids camps.
That's the whole thing. Even though we're not necessarily going to be red throughout the day, we're still red right now, and we're going to have to deal with the smoky skies. So try to stay indoors and just know it's going to get better by Saturday and Sunday.
All right. Stay safe. We'll see you back here Monday morning.
Have a great weekend. Happy